And if the defence policy was so good, why did you sort of serve it up like an after-dinner mint at, 2 minutes to midnight in the election?
No, mate, if you guys were so good, why aren't you Prime Minister, Bill?
Oh, OK. It's
I tell you what, Jane, I will do better than Peter Dutton will tonight. Bang.
You slept like a baby in your race car bed, which is somehow known. Yeah, I don't know why he kept saying I have a race car bed. I think he might be mistaking me with Ludwig.
I sleep in a racing car. Do you?
I sleep in a big bed with my wife.
My view is that the Trump effect was the single largest factor that was outside of our control that impacted our campaign. It had a devastating effect on our polling numbers. We peaked around Inauguration Day and we slid after that, particularly fast after the Zelensky meeting and then again after the tariffs.
Tell me you white without telling me you white.
Oh, this is easy. We can't have that. Long neck, ice cold beer.
Now my seat's in the dumpster, my dreams in the dirt, and the Greens are all crying, their feelings all hurt. Oh, the ballots came crashing like a root through a fence. Kicked my sorry green backside, no room for pretense. From my mates to my ego, we're out on our rear. Our woke little circus saying welcome round here. For Gaza we whine, for diversity show. Now we're packing our combis, it's time to go.
Bang.
The beatings are going to continue until morale improves.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome.
Welcome.
I told you guys I was redoing the intro. Not that much, but yeah, I thought I'd include our the topics we cover mostly. So anyway, no Rumble
like
this week. I'm still trying to hit the button on Rumble. It's still saying fuck off. An error occurred. This is usually temporary. It's been temporary all morning, so I've gone over to Rumble and told Tom Bolo that it's not working. I put a comment on the stream, but obviously that's going to disappear when the stream is deleted. So yes. How's everybody's week been?
Been great. Watching the Greens get demolished.
Yes, I've been having so much fun watching all the videos, and it of course inspired me to write my song, which you can watch in its full on this very channel, along with you and the 60 other people, 92 other people now.
Ooh, nice.
So I thought, oh, this will go hard. No, not really. Anyway, so this has been going around this week. Oh, damn it. Fucking audio. They were programming their robot and they spazzed it out. And everybody's like, oh, it's the robots. They're attacking. The AI is going to attack.
Oh, just unhook it and then it'll just spaz on the ground.
Yeah, just pull the fucking plug. Pull the plug. Let it spaz on the ground. We have a racism-packed show this week, but I'll have to do a normal section first. Let's talk about deportation news. Democratic Congress members storm ICE facility gates, clash with federal officials in New Jersey. I have it on good authority that this is called an insurrection.
Yes. Yeah, shouldn't they be arrested for federal crimes?
3 members of Congress, as well as Mayor Ros Baka of Newark, tried storming through the gates of the 1,000-bed Immigration and Customs Enforcement Detention Center in New Jersey on Friday. This chunkster. What the fuck?
Oh boy.
There's hope for us yet, Bullner. See, we could become feds.
Very violent insurrection.
What do you mean could?
Very violent insurrection. Yeah, what do you mean could? Yeah. A heated argument broke out when federal officials blocked their entry, according to Viri Martinez, an activist with New Jersey Alliance for Immigrant Justice. Maybe someone should check his visa. It continued even after Baka returned to the public side of the gates. There was yelling and pushing, Martinez said. Then officers swarmed Baraka. And then they threw one of the organizers to the ground. They put Baraka in handcuffs. Isn't Baraka the Brazilian beast from what's it called? Street Fighter? The guy, the green guy.
The green
special
guy.
move is like to electrify his thing, or am I thinking something else?
Sorry, the green
I
guy
have
from who?
no idea.
From Street Fighter.
Oh, from Street Fighter.
This is where we need Tim.
Blanca. This guy. See, this guy. Blanca.
He looks like the Hulk went Super Saiyan.
Probably where they stole it from.
Fuck, I'm old. Maybe I'm thinking.
Obama.
Oh, this is who they were fighting.
Oh,
Baraka
Okay.
from Mortal Kombat. Right. Okay.
nice.
Anyway, they got him on the ground. They swarmed Baraka. They threw one of the organizers on the ground. They put Baraka in handcuffs. He could have just cut his way out. Baraka previously pushed back against the construction and opening of the ICE detention center, arguing it should not be allowed to open because of the building's permit issues.
With the government, we issue the permits. Fuck off.
So here's Homeland Security's statement. Today, a bus of detainees was entering the security gates of Delaney Hall Detention Center. A group of protesters, including 2 members of the U.S. Congress, stormed the gates and broke into the facility. The allegations by Newark politicians that Delaney does not have the proper permits is false. Meet who the New Jersey lawmakers are fighting for. Chinchilla Calabrero is in ICE custody pending removal proceedings. Calabrero is a positive match to numerous TECS lookouts and is a known active member of MS-13. Ramos Marin is one of them in Brazil for homicide and has an Interpol red notice.
That's like a bolo.
Yeah, it's like a detain immediately.
Okay.
Detain as soon as possible. The ICE Aero New York Fugitive Unit, New Jersey, can candidate Saveria Santa Maria, a citizen and national of El Salvador, pursuant to Raven operation and a known and verified MS-13 gang affiliation. I do find it a bit weird that the ICE agents are pulling like a Mexican agent thing, where you can't see their face. Can't see their face. I guess it makes sense.
Why is she not wearing socks? That's my big
Why is she
question.
not wearing socks? It's probably wearing socklets.
Oh, okay.
That's a big ass. God damn. She's thick.
Well, look at those. Look at the color difference between the pants around her legs and the stretch around her bum.
Well, yeah, that
stretch out
elastane
so much
is
they've
doing a
changed
lot of
colour.
work. That elastane has done a lot of work.
Damn, that's juicy.
Anyway, dude, what the fuck? Damn, that guy's huge. Anyway.
What's his name? Mexamo.
Maximo Nunez. Maximo by name, Maximo by nature. Anyway, here's watch body cam footage catches a Democrat screaming in ICE agent's face at New Jersey facility where Mayor was arrested. Fuck Fuck you.
Brand new video coming into the newsroom this morning. DHS releasing this exclusively to Fox. Body cam footage showing New Jersey Democratic representatives shoving DHS agents and screaming in ICE agents' faces while trying.
Good show.
Yes, we voted for them. Something like that. Fucking ridiculous.
Claim they were roughed up.
Yeah, that's what happens when you storm an ICE facility.
Dude, that fat bitch is hitting the is. Dude, you've just assaulted a federal agent
on federal grounds, by the looks of it, too.
You're trespassing on federal grounds, and you just assaulted a federal agent.
Yeah, that shit'll get you. Could get you like 5 to 10.
I believe one of the copes I heard is it's not federal grounds because it's being leased.
Well, that doesn't matter.
But that doesn't make sense.
They're still federal agents.
Federal agents, even if they're renting the grounds, that's federal land for all intent and purpose. Whilst they're occupying
especially
it.
if there's no trespassing and authorized personnel only and all those kind of it's not like it's open to the public.
Fine complaint. You should be going to bloody jail.
Mm-hmm. Probably should be arresting those people.
Ros Baka. So this is Baka.
Accusing you of ignoring multiple warnings from Homeland Security investigations to remove yourself, and says that you chose to, quote, disregard the law. Is that true? Had there been warnings? What had happened?
Well, absolutely not. I mean, we could. The reality, Alen Habama wasn't there. The U.S. attorney wasn't there. She doesn't know what happened. Clearly, that is not the context of what happened. I was there for over an hour in that space, and nobody ever told me to move. I was in there for over an hour. Not a single person, not an officer from ICE, not any of the security guards. Nobody told me to leave that place. Somebody from Homeland Security came in the end and began to escalate the situation, and we wound up being where we are today.
By telling you to leave.
And that's frankly the extent of it. I didn't go there to break any laws. I didn't break any laws. I was there as the mayor of the city, exercising my right and duty as an elected official.
Create a scene.
Supporting our Congress people, preparing for a
like he was on the inside.
I did not enter that place unlawfully. I did not break any laws. And so all of that is incorrect.
Bullshit.
Not there. So she should give some better information.
I did not hit her. I did not.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark. Anyway, Bonji says, it's on video. There's also they didn't tell me for over an hour exception to trespassing, but they did tell him because, again, it's on video. Luckily, CNN's Caitlin Collins was there to set the record straight. Oh, wait. So, yes, watch this space. They're all crying about it, about how, this is disgraceful. Like, oh, my God, can you believe, like, he's been arrested. This is terrorism. This is authoritarianism. Meanwhile, Republicans are like, I thought no one was above the law. No one was above the law.
Should have charged and convicted the United States presidents.
Was he actually arrested or was he just detained?
He was arrested, yeah. He was arrested. I think I don't know if he's in charge, but...
No, because there's a distinction between being actually arrested and detained. You can actually be put in handcuffs and only be detained. That's not arrest, that's detainment. Put in a vehicle, handcuffs, and then they let you go. They classify that as detainment now. So he may not have actually been arrested. He may have just been detained.
Yeah.
So if he hasn't been charged with anything, then I don't think he was actually arrested.
Once you can no longer leave, you're under arrest.
No, once you can no longer leave, you're being detained.
Yeah. Because you can only be detained for like a.
So the U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey, Alen Habama, says, "I can confirm that we've put Mayor Ros Baka under arrest."
All right.
Happening. Well, I can confirm, as I have publicly stated, that we have put the mayor, Ros Baka, under arrest. You know, it's very simple, Martha. As I've said, in the state of New Jersey, as Sam Bondi has said, in the United States, we will not stand for anybody getting in the way of getting rid of criminals in this country. Very simple. Unfortunately,
Plain as day, private property, no trespassing.
Mayor has publicly for 3 days been saying that he's going to break in, eventually did break in, was given multiple opportunities to remove himself, failed to do so, and has been detained and will be charged.
And where is he being held?
I'm not going to speak to that right now. He's obviously in New Jersey.
But he's in custody.
Yes. He has been arrested and will be charged.
So the report of these individuals, and we have this might be from earlier, this particular video. This is from earlier. Okay, we're going to go back to the live shot in a moment. But these two members of Congress, can you explain the description of breaking into this facility, exactly what they did?
I'm not going to speak to things that are currently obviously under investigation. I think that if you look at their Twitter, they were very public about it. Look, here's what I'll say, Martha, very generally. There is a problem in this country with breaking the law for the purpose of grandstanding and political hierarchy. That will not stand in my state. That will not stand in this country. Sam Bondi has been very clear of it. If you want to take taxpayer dollars and fly to Venezuela or wherever and meet with MS-13 gang members and use your name to encourage criminals in this country, that will not work here. It's very simple. My job as U.S. Attorney in New Jersey is to protect the New Jersey citizens, to prosecute them, and to run the feds. And that is what we're doing. And when the mayor decides to break the law, when congressmen sneak through gates, you know, there's a problem with that. The truth of the matter is this. We have zero tolerance. As one of my very favorite attorney generals said, no one is above the law. And that is the truth. No one is above the law. But I will tell you one difference between this current administration and the DOJ is we're going to prosecute criminals that are hurting our country, hurting our states. I am very much on board with that in a very much unpolitical way. I don't care who you are. If you do it, we will come after you. And it is very simple. The mayor was asked to be removed. He was asked several times. He chose not to. And now we are in the current circumstance, which is unfortunate.
Fair enough.
Well, yeah. And, you know, you being asked to leave. No, you're not leaving. You're now trespassing. And
welcome to the fuck out, the find out section of the fuck around.
Yeah, like if you want to do this shit and you don't know how it's done properly, then look up a bunch of First Amendment auditors on YouTube.
Yeah.
Just go watch a couple of them, some of their latest ones, and you'll figure out exactly what you can and can't do. So,
Trump has signed an executive order encouraging everybody to self-deport.
Today, I signed an executive order to launch the first ever self-deportation program for illegal aliens. We are making it as easy as possible for illegal aliens to leave America. Any illegal alien can simply show up at an airport and receive a free flight out of our country. We have also launched a phone app called CBP Home. That's CBP Home, where illegals can book a free flight to any foreign country. As long as it's not here, you can go anywhere you want. We're also adding a
closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Very important exit bonus for illegals to further incentivize their self-deportation.
One way to get to
this
America.
deportation bonus
Grab
will
that app to
save
get-
American
go home.
taxpayers billions and billions of dollars. What Biden did to this country can never be explained, will never, ever be accepted.
I will just fly to Tijuana, like take the money, fly to Tijuana, and then walk across the border.
Eventually, when the illegals are gone, it will save us trillions of dollars. However, If illegal aliens choose to remain in America, they're remaining illegally and they will face severe consequences. Illegal aliens who stay in America face punishments, including significant jail time, enormous financial penalties, confiscation of all property, garnishment of all wages, imprisonment and incarceration, and sudden deportation in a place and manner solely of our discretion. So to all illegal aliens, book your free flight right now. We want you out of America, but if you're really good, we're going to try and help you get back in. Thank you.
Yeah. So they're taking Trump's going to take your house too. So get out. Yeah, that's well, I hope it works. Doubt it though.
It's the carrot before the stick gets hit on you.
Look, if you've been in the country illegally since before 9/11, for instance, and you're like, fuck, well, I want to come back. I'd start, if I was an illegal alien, like I'd do everything I could to get out and then try coming back in, especially if I had like a wife and kids who were legals. I'd be like, look.
Yeah, you'd sneak out and get your kids to sponsor your return. Like, oh, no, my kid.
Don't need to sneak out now.
But no, why would you need to sneak out? I would take this offer. Like, it's a free trip back to wherever.
Well, yeah.
Because it sounds like they're not going
if you're proper deported, you can't come back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. This free ticket thing sounds like you're not going on that list of not coming back. Like, if you
know what else it means, though?
Using that?
It means a trip to the US just got 50% cheaper.
True.
Oh,
because you can just fly over, overstay your tourist visa, and say, "Hey, I'm an illegal now. Can I have a flight back, so please?"
Oh, that'll work. One-way trip.
Yeah.
No, except that wouldn't work. I'm sorry, but that wouldn't work, Thermo.
They would deny you visa because you don't have a returning ticket.
They deny you entry because you don't have a returning ticket.
Well, fair enough then. Well, you fly to Mexico, get a visa there, and just walk across the border. No, sorry, Canada.
Need a visa for Australia? Canada. Oh yeah, we don't need a visa for that.
Yeah,
especially we're not going to be there for long.
Anyway, feminists like pink smoke demand a say in selecting the next pope.
Oh my god!
A male
it's a boys.
Conclave.
It's a boys' club, and you ain't in there.
A Catholic church without women has never existed and never will. Smoke out sexism.
Yeah, because nuns don't exist.
A woman's place is in the conclave. Smoke out sexism. God calls Catholic women to be deacons and priests. Smoke out sexism.
That will be the end of the Catholic Church. That'll be it.
I mean, almost there. Almost there.
Because then it'll be trans priests, and it'll just be the fucking lunatic Anglican Church.
How many levels of like leadership do you have to go through to get to being pope?
Well, none really, because there's baptism.
No, I mean like you've got
you need to be male,
cardinals, and you've got.
I'm gonna need to be male and baptized. That's it.
No, but you've got you got the pope, and then you've got cardinals, and then you've got archdiocese and or whatever. Like, what levels do you have to go through as a female, if you could, to actually get there?
Well, you'd have to be a priest.
Yeah,
we have a video for this.
You'd have to like it's basically
Gray.
Priest, then cardinal.
Yeah,
and then
we've got a video for it.
Yeah, there's no like super priest.
Okay.
Or super cardinal.
There's
just jobs. There's just jobs in the Vatican. So you're a priest, and then you're a cardinal, and then you're a cardinal in various positions. So then you move your way up to the ranks, like George Pell. He was just a priest, and then he became a cardinal. Oh, you just posted a video. Hang on.
Yeah. This is the same.
And then he became a cardinal, and then he was like called to Rome to work at the Vatican as a cardinal, but he was just a cardinal who worked for like the finance department.
Okay.
Let's say you want to become Pope, head of the Catholic Church, and shepherd to over 1 billion faithful. What requirements must you have for this lofty position? First, be a Catholic, and second, be a man. Which seems a little thin, and while it's technically possible for a regular Sunday Catholic to become Pope, the last time this happened was essentially never, because becoming Pope isn't like becoming president. You can't just run for office. Selecting the Pope is an inside job, and the men who do it are the cardinals, and while in theory they can select any Catholic man to become Pope, in practice they prefer to elevate one of their own. The last time a non-cardinal became Pope was more than 600 years ago, so while it isn't an official requirement, it's an unofficial official requirement. Thus, in order to become Pope, you'll first need to be a cardinal, and to do that, you need to start climbing the Catholic corporate ladder. Step 1, become a priest. Unlike some churches where you can just fill out a form online and poof, ordained, the Catholic Church treats becoming a priest as a real, you-need training profession, so you're going to require a lot of education, usually a college degree in Catholic philosophy and then a master's in divinity. In addition to your educational qualifications, you must also be a man, unmarried, and willing to remain celibate. If you meet these requirements and have been working with the church, then you can be officially ordained as a priest, which basically means you get to run a Catholic church or work with another priest who does. But you want to move onward, and to do that, you need to take the job of the man who just made you a priest. Step 2, become a bishop. Bishops are a much more select group. While there are about 400,000 Catholic priests worldwide, there are only about 5,000 bishops. While priests get churches, bishops get cathedrals, from which they oversee a number of local churches. To advance your career, you must wait for a bishop in your area to be forced into retirement at age 75 or die sooner than that, freeing up space for you. But you can't just apply, because there's already a secret list of potential bishops that's updated every 3 years based on who the current bishops in your area think would make a good replacement for one of their own. To be on that list, in addition to the obvious requirement of being a pious person, you should also be at least 35 years old, have been a priest for at least 5 years, and have a doctorate in theology or equivalent. Assuming you're all these things, your name may or may not be on the secret list. The local bishops then give that list to the Pope's ambassador for your country, known as the Apostolic Nuncio. The Nuncio picks 3 priests from the list, does in-depth research on them, conducts interviews, and selects the one he thinks is best. But it's not over, because the Nuncio sends his report to Vatican City and the Congress of Bishops who work there, reviewing potential appointments from around the world. If the Congress of Bishops doesn't like any of the 3 candidates, they can tell the Nuncio to start over, returning to the list, picking another 3 candidates, doing more research, more interviews, and sending off the results. When the Congress of Bishops is happy with one of the Nuncio's candidates, that name is given to the Pope, who can reject the candidate and start the whole process over. It shouldn't be a surprise that from vacancy to a bishop's replacement can take months and, on occasion, years. But assuming a bishop in your area retired or died at the right time, and you were on the secret list of good priests, and the Nuncio picked you, and you made it through his interview, and the Congress of Bishops approved you, and the Pope didn't veto you, poof, now you're a bishop. But you're still not on top. The penultimate promotion is step number 3. Become a cardinal. Despite the fancy name and snazzy red outfits to match, cardinals are not the bosses of bishops. They are bishops, just with an additional title and additional responsibilities, the most notable of which is electing the new pope. The only way to become a cardinal is to get the current pope to appoint you as one, and of the 5,000 bishops, only about 200 are ever cardinals. But let's say your ambition doesn't go unnoticed by the pope and he makes you a cardinal. Now it's time to play the waiting game for his death or retirement, and with popes, death is vastly more likely. When either happens, the cardinals under the age of 80 are brought to Vatican City, where they are isolated from the outside world, presumably by taking away their cell phones and tablets and carrier pigeons. Once sequestered, the election of a new pope can begin. These elections are never exact.
Anyway, then it's just the conclave, which we've gone over before.
We went through that section. But
anyway, a new pope not willing to claim victory until Anthony Green calls it.
Well, that's smart.
So yes, we have a new pope. His name is Dr. Robert Prevost. He has been named as the successor to Francis. He is the first American pontiff.
From Chicago, I believe.
From Chicago, yes.
Chirac.
He will be known as Pope Leo the 14th. Little bit of Pope trivia. Pope Leo the 4th, so 10 Leos ago, was one of the first popes who encouraged, who put money towards any Catholic who would defend other Catholics in the Holy Land. So, a precursor to the Crusades. So nothing. Just thought that was an interesting tidbit. He's 69 years old. Nice. And he's history's first American pope. He speaks He speaks English, obviously, Italian, Spanish, because he's dual national. He's also from he's American, Argentinian, and Italian. So everybody. So he's the American Pope, not just North America, but South America as well.
Interesting.
So there he is. There's Pope Bob the First.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently he's tweeted about Trump and JD and MAGA. The new Pope may be American, but according to his social media posts, he's no fan of Donald Trump's immigration crackdown. The former missionary, who'll be known as Pope Leo XIV, has repeatedly criticized the Trump administration's immigration stance. His last tweet on April 14th slams the Trump administration's deportation of undocumented migrant and Maryland father of 3, Kilmera Abrego Garcia, 30, to El Salvador.
Grant him clemency and bring him to the Vatican.
Sanctuary!
Yeah. Just be like, fine, you come into the Vatican. What, you don't want to do that? Oh, wonder fucking why.
You can clean the toilets of the Vatican, yeah. Do you not see the suffering? Is your conscience not disturbed? How can you stay quiet? Pope Leo the 14th, 69, also shared several articles that addressed Catholic J.D. Vance's stance on immigration. One of them titled, "J.D. Vance is wrong. Jesus doesn't ask us to rank our love for others." 2017, Pope Leo reposted a message in support of DACA recipients, those undocumented migrants brought to the US by their parents when they were children. Pope Leo also shared a post in 2018 that read, "There's nothing remotely Christian, American, or morally defensible about a policy that takes children away from their parents and warehouses them in cages. It's being carried out in our name, and the shame is on us all." He's obviously talking about Obama.
CPS most affected.
He also shared several messages directly opposing Trump's immigration orders, including a 2018 letter from Peru's Catholic leaders thanking the Trump administration for stopping the separation of migrant children from their parents. I have seen.
Why does it look like JD Vance is wearing eyeliner in every single fucking?
Because he's wearing eyeliner in every single photo. That's the only possible explanation.
Yeah.
Really?
Because he is a giant Finocchio.
That's so gay.
Yes. I've seen many conspiracy theories that. So apparently, the Trump administration gave the Vatican $12 million. And then J.D. Vance visited the Pope just before he died. And now there's an American Pope. Gets the old almonds activated.
Interesting.
Here he is speaking. When is this? Doesn't say.
Well, the first reading in the Gospel makes very clear a message that Pope Francis has been hammering home time and again. Very first Pope, and he went to a little community, an island in southern Italy, the town of Lampedusa, where all these immigrants, huge problem, and it's a problem worldwide, not only in the country. There's got to be a way to solve the problem. Also, every one of us, whether we were born in the United States of America or on the North Pole, we all have the gift of being created in the image and likeness of God. And the day we forget that, the day we forget who we are, forget who Christ has called us to be. Well, the first reading.
Yes, yeah, that's right. It's a text. Look, he's a textbook Catholic. So
yeah,
he preaches compassion. So,
which is gay.
No one should be shocked. Every single person, every single cardinal who could have been selected as pope, will have given the same speech at one point. Will have denounced, will have encouraged poor migrants. It's just part and parcel. There's a reason Catholic charities are behind a whole bunch of a whole bunch of migration and encouraging it and assisting it.
Yeah, while their supporters get slaughtered by other religions.
That's right. So, anyway, I think it's time for
nothing
what I
about
think
it.
will be Costy's favorite section. It's time for racism news.
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay.
Nigger.
That's racist.
Racism news.
Anyway, Mr. Guns says let's check in on Kansas City Park, where children are playing, and see how it's going. Exactly as expected.
Oh shit!
Someone's got a switchy.
God damn.
What? Get down, nigga! Fuck down! Yeah, my
Barton's
Just
Landing.
another good day.
In Fayetteville, North Carolina.
It's an AR.
No, it's not. It's an AK. Yeah, that bitch is dead.
Even run up to him.
No, you can't do nothing. Just get the fuck in. You're gonna have him shoot over here, bitch.
Holy shit!
Shut up. I got it. I got him. Be careful. I got you. Shut up. Move. He's looking over here.
No one even came out. Why is it 911 answering?
He's not looking over there, but that dumb bitch is gonna
Why
get a
isn't
headshot.
911 answering? How fucking
Move,
are
Sarah.
answering?
She's not even looking over there. Oh my god. Is that man's on the left is dead?
There's more
Yeah,
people
no shit.
asleep on the ground.
Yeah, no shit, Sarah.
Jesus Christ. Women.
I saw people who were like, can't believe he spoke to his wife that way. It's like, bitch, please. It's a fucking gunman over there. You think I'm not going to tell my wife to get the fuck down? Anyway,
Especially when she's being a
wives
nosy
have nice
Nelly.
neighborhoods. You know why it's nice?
My class. I just got upset because I pulled over into a white neighborhood. It's just so nice, and it just reminds me that everything is about racism. They have so much shade, so much parking. Like, it's the simple shit. I couldn't even just pull over really and enjoy my lunch because I was like, I haven't seen that person of color walk by me once. They're running around and it's white people. Y'all got a really nice neighborhood. Of course y'all do.
Yeah, I wonder why.
The niggerosity
Racism.
of this bitch.
Uncivil black woman teaches a little demon child to destroy what white children are building. How tragically poetic. I told you this was racist news. This is because this is entirely invited because of the Shiloh stuff.
Yeah, knock it down.
And we're embracing it.
Yep, and step on it. And Karen's just about to deal with it. The fuck? Yep, knock all of it down. Good girl. Very good, Naoki. And grab it and tear it up. Oh, well.
The white child seeks order. The black seeks destruct, seeks chaos.
Tear it up again. Don't put your hands on her. Don't do that.
I'm teaching a kid to be a faggot. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Yes, teach your children well. Lovely. What a lovely
Yes.
Public schools are no longer safe for white children. It's time to start having tough discussions. The longer we wait, the worse it'll get. Dude, what a faggot.
Desegregation was a mistake.
What a fag. Honestly. What an absolute F-slow. Anyway, checking in on Shiloh. She's up to $768,795. And she has an update. Good morning. I would like to take this time to give all our wonderful supporters an update. That's what has been happening with my family and myself. This past week has been so very stressful and complicated. We've constantly been on the go, all while attempting to remain unseen. My children are handling things fairly well. Their father and I are trying to make this situation as fun and as stable as possible. Their father and I, black people most confused, we continue to receive harmful threats, but I'm confident that we are taking the proper steps in order to remain safe. I refuse to let any harm come to my family. The fundraiser has truly been life-changing. It's given me hope 1 minute, an overwhelming panic the next. Not knowing the future can leave a pit in one's stomach. With that being said, I'm glad to announce we've started receiving our funds. We have a wonderful support team on our side who've been working day in and day out to give us their guidance. Without their help, your donations, and the folks from Give, Send, Go, we would have been lost in the dark. Now we can work on starting a new life. I'm so grateful for all of you. Amazing things happen when like-minded individuals work together. We've just proven how powerful and great we are. Keep standing up for what is right. Thank you, Shiloh.
I hope they have plans to get out of the state.
I hope they have plans to move to Japan. So
yeah, because any black person there, is going to bring trouble.
That's right. Yeah, you spot them straight away. Anyway, here's that fat fuck.
I want to give an update on the Shiloh Hendricks situation. This is the white woman who was caught on video yelling the N-word at and chasing a 5-year-old autistic
Chasing, fuck you.
Child's toys on a playground. When that video went viral, she parlayed that into a fundraiser that she has now managed to raise over $750,000. A lot of people upset about this, understandably so. But I think it also helps to have at least context. So let me give you a little bit of that. The success of her campaign is a direct correlation to Carmelo Anthony and the campaign that his family put up. If you don't remember, Carmelo Anthony is a young black high school student who is accused of stabbing and killing a white high school student.
Who isn't just accused, he fucking did it.
His family put up a fundraiser.
He did it.
$500,000, and the alt-right and MAGA and white nationalists were very, very angry about it. Here comes Shiloh.
Okay, so I want to refute that claim because I am neither alt-right, MAGA, or a nationalist. And I'm mad about it. So
you what?
I'm mad about it. I'm annoyed at it. I'm annoyed that people would see, like, this kid fucking did it. This isn't a Rittenhouse thing where he was standing up. He was self-defense and he was being chased. This kid was asked to leave, encouraged the confrontation, and then stabbed the kid to death. Like, just stabbed him once and killed him. Mm-hmm. It's as clear as fucking day. This kid is not good. Like, this kid's a bad fucking seed.
Yeah.
Because he brought a fucking knife with him. Like, yeah, sure, that's not against the law. But while getting into not even a physical altercation, he decided to escalate it by pulling a knife.
Yeah, he pulled a knife to an argument.
He wanted a fight. He went there looking for trouble. He found it, and then he killed someone.
Yep. And I hope he goes to jail for the rest of his life for it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, perfect storm scenario. And then it just turned into, well, let's make sure she raises more money than he did, like it's a contest.
Okay. So, and also, it wasn't a let's make sure. It was like, oh, look, she's raised more money, which encourages people to make it even higher. And Carmelo's one has gone up as well. People have counteracted that. He's not going to bitch about that.
500.
Also, side note, this post right here that's celebrating that victory, right? This is a well-known white supremacist woman on Twitter.
What,
And
Tim's
she
girlfriend?
actually engaged with Shiloh Hendricks right at the
He
beginning
wishes.
and promoted her fundraiser in a big way. She made a post saying, hey, I've talked to this woman. She has a fundraiser, and I've confirmed that she's legit. She made her confirm that she is who she says she is by sending her a selfie, writing her username on a piece of paper. But that wasn't enough. She was like, I'm glad you sent me the selfie. This proves that you are who you say you are. But I also need to know that you're down with the cause. So if you are, I want you to write the N-word on that same piece of paper and send me another picture. And Shiloh did. She had no problem doing that.
No, she didn't.
Because she is a horrible
It says N-I blur R. That's not what it said.
human being. Now, before I move
Obviously,
on to
it
what
means
maybe
something
we
else.
can do about that, I want to update you on a couple other
That's
things.
clearly
NAACP in the area put up a
Yes.
GoFundMe to raise money for the family of that little boy and try and help them seek justice. They raised over $340,000 and actually closed the campaign rather than just upping the amount like Shiloh did. Also, the man who just recorded that video and confronted
You mean the
her because
rapist?
he didn't like what she was doing, he didn't want to
Alleged
see her
rapist, but
harm
yes.
that child, has received numerous death threats. And considering how many I've gotten, I know he's had to get so many more. He's had to basically shut down
Stop
his business.
sending
He had
Tizzy
to
death
move
threats.
his family like the day after that video went viral for fear for their
Just do it.
I have a joke there, but I'm not going to say it because it's TOS.
So here's the
We'll put it inside
NAACP
chat.
GoFundMe. Help us seek justice for a 5-year-old facing racial hate. So what I found interesting was, okay, so Rochester branch NAACP got the money for this. But what's this first link? The family's official managed parent authorized GoFundMe for those who wish to donate to the family and child. And here it is. So this is the actual family of the kid that NAACP was raising money for, ostensibly, and it has $4,000 raised. So
yeah, an organization grifting off.
NAACP is just grifting off them, and of course, help me Shmake Omar to protect my family. Did what many are afraid. Like he's speaking about himself in the third person.
We don't care. Like we never really did.
And I
care.
also want to point out this is on GoFundMe. You know, the platform nobody else is allowed on.
Interesting. Dusty says he's already took more than he deserved.
Oh, fuck, I'm
Doesn't need
retarded. I
give him more.
was playing this in the background because I'm retarded.
actually close the campaign rather than just upping the amount like Shiloh did. Also, the man who just recorded that video and confronted her because he didn't like what she was doing, he didn't want to see her harm that child, has received numerous death threats. And considering how many I've gotten, I know he's had to get so many
The rapist
more
doesn't give a
to
shit
basically shut down
Stop
his
sending
business.
threats.
He had to move
Follow
his
through.
family like the day after that video went viral for fear for their safety. He did set up a GoFundMe. That's how much he's raised so far. I'm going to put a link in my bio to that. So if you feel like supporting him and his family, please feel free.
This guy is at risk of nothing.
This guy.
The people who this guy the Tizzy. There's no one's going to go after this guy. No one cares enough about this guy to go after him.
Plus, the death threats is probably
death threats are so fucking easy. Like, death threats
you're
are
a
so
dumb
fucking
faggot. Go
simple.
choose whatever, right? It's like, oh,
You're a
come
dumb
on, really?
faggot, I hope you die. Like, I'm sure he gets like horrible fucking messages, as everybody does on social media. You know how you get around that? Don't read them.
Do so.
Well, I don't get
But back to this, because reporting this
feel
to
like,
Give
yeah.
Send Go does no good. Give Send Go is a terrible, terrible organization run by terrible people. Like, they're the ones who helped
Christians.
Kyle Rittenhouse raise all his money for his defense, and they're very, very proud of that. In fact, at the height of all this, if you just Googled Give Send Go, it listed her campaign above all the other information about their website. They're not good people. So what can we do about this? GiveSendGo doesn't care? Fine. You know who may care? Whoever processes their payments, because people making donations, that all has to be processed through a banking entity. And while they don't list explicitly who it is, they do refer to that third party as a trusted payment partner. That would seem to indicate someone who's established. Well, a TikTok user named Keandra is back and did a little digging, looking at the code when you go to process a payment on GiveSendGo, and found something interesting.
I used to be a web developer, so I know
Bullshit.
how to code and I know how to read code. So I went and I broke down the code on GiveSendGo's checkout page line for line. And there were keywords I wanted to look for, right? So I looked for the keywords and I started looking through the keywords and I found the keyword Block Inc., right? That's familiar, right? Block Inc. is the parent company of Square. So I went and I did my researching, and it turns out, yeah, that's their payment processor. So I'm going to attach and I'm going to share ways we can contact both Block Inc. and Square.
Now, I've actually heard from a couple of Square employees who inquired themselves, and Square told them, no, we don't think we do the processing for that. But the code does list Block Inc. And I've even heard rumblings that GiveSendGo was looking at trying to switch over to Stripe. So if you go to Keandra's page, there's actually a link where you can go and complain basically to Block Inc. and to Square to let them know that if they're going to process those payments that help someone who does stuff like this benefit and profit off of this kind of hatred, then you're going to make sure that they never get your business ever again.
Ugh. He better not leak his bank. Who he banks with.
No, it won't matter because there's never any. So Antifa gets to raise money on fucking GoFundMe, for God's sakes.
Well, it basically is
like they receive money via PayPal.
These fucks, platform.
It is a one-way street when it comes to deplatforming.
Oh, debanking.
Josh says the irate black woman tried to debank GiveSendGo. Says they're trying to switch the Stripe, but Square may have already decided to ban them. She talks like she has insiders helping them. This woman who gets to decide who makes the money, destroy the card networks. So yeah, as he said, it's not. They don't use Stripe. No, they don't use Stripe or Square. So it's just fucking retarded, like absolutely fucking retarded. There's this GiveSendGo that I found. Prosecute Shiloh Hendricks. Like, okay, cool. Goal $1 million. Swing for the fences, boy, kid. Swing for the fences.
Hey, at least
to fund legal support to prosecute Shiloh Hendricks for assault with an escalation to a hate crime. She's using this platform to raise money to flee the situation she's brought upon herself and her family. No, I'm going to
use this platform
she called a kid an N-word for acting like one, and then she called a pedophile an N-word for harassing her. And she didn't put herself in this position, but putting her on blast on socials is what put her in this position. All donations will go to a legal team in support of holding Shiloh Hendricks accountable either through criminal or civil court. Good fucking luck, you fucking dipshits.
I should have done that. That way I could get free money.
Perhaps GoFundMe is supporting terrorism by shutting it down and may stop people grifting off the far left. Yeah, if only there was someone competent in the Justice Department who could do that.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Who would go, hang on a minute, or hang on, we're going to declare Antifa a terrorist organization. Oh, look, here's all these payment platforms that are processing payments for this terrorist organization. Hello, knock, knock, knock. Hello, GiveSendGo.
Yes,
not a GiveSendGo, but hello, GoFundMe. Hello, PayPal.
Stop it.
This is the FBI here.
Hello, Patreon.
We have reason to believe you are funding terrorism.
You're on the no.
Yes, it's left-wing terrorism, and that's still terrorism.
What's that? You didn't complete your know your customer?
Yeah.
Why didn't you know these were terrorists? They're on the terrorist list now.
Yeah. Like all this talk about, Trump's a authoritarian and like he's going to use the states to just no, he's not. He has shown no indication that he is fucking capable or has hired people capable of doing it. Will thought he did, We all thought like, oh wow, yeah, Pam Bondi. No. Oh,
To be
Cash
fair,
Patel. Let me remind you, Cash Patel is the fucking director of the FBI. The deputy director is fucking Dan Bongino. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Still. So
I'll give you
fuck
that.
Fucking
But to be fair with Pam Bondi, that was his second choice. He didn't get Matt Gaetz, which was his
really,
first choice.
Do you really think Matt Gaetz would have been more effective? None of them are.
Probably less of a fuck up than Pam Bondi is, especially regarding Epstein.
No, he would have been just as big a fuck up. This weekend we received Square Support says this weekend we received a significant number of inquiries across a variety of channels related to the fundraising platform Gifts and Go. Gifts and Go is not a Square customer. We do not and have not processed payments for them. Womp womp. Actually can't get over the audacity of this bitch now that I've seen this. So this bitch knows plenty about payment processes and has even been on the receiving end of fuckery, but now she wants to weaponize it for political ends. Thank you, Steadyscope Media, for this feature on me and my business. Being a black business owner is twice as hard. Not only are we under a microscope constantly, but many of us face racially motivated attacks on our businesses that threaten our livelihood. LOL! So this bitch has been deplatformed because of my racism.
Nice.
In Christ. God damn it. It costs this like TDS. Here we go.
Wait, she got deplatformed from where?
Oh, who the fuck cares? Like, seriously. White men in the minority as US boardrooms enter a new era. For the first time, women and non-white men, you watch, any new people will watch this show, they'll get to the racism news section, and that'll be all they think of. Oh, that's that show with the racism news.
Hell yeah.
Women and non-white men hold
Embrace it.
just over half of the boardroom seats at S&P 500 companies, according to ISS Corporate.
Yeah, but for how long though?
Like I said, soon they'll start locking closing cases like grocery stores do. The only thing not locked up will be work boots. Thanks, blacks. That's pretty funny.
I feel like they'll steal that.
It's like work boots and sunscreen.
Sunscreen, they'll never touch. They'll never touch a sunscreen.
Only if moisturizer one.
But goddamn it, you get a lock up.
Host of a far right racist podcast. Yeah, that's right. That's right. No, it says 5-year-old autistic child. It's fine.
Oh, you're above criticism then.
I'm above criticism. Yeah.
Let's say there was 100 fish in a pond, and 13 of those fish were causing half of the issues in the pond. What should we do with those 13 fish?
Kill them and eat them. Kill them and eat them. Kill them and eat them.
Kill the 13 fish?
Kill them and eat them. Kill them. Kill them.
Let's say there were...
Could we just move those 13 fish to like their original pond?
No, just make a special pond for the 13 fish. Where
You heard the ladies.
only those types
Kill
of
them and
fish.
eat them.
No, only those types
Embrace
of fish.
cannibalism.
Anytime one of those types of fish appears, they get put into the other pond. That way, those 13 fish, they're separate but equal from the other fish.
Yeah, but they
So
came
the other
from.
fish can, live their life, and the 13 fish can live their lives, because clearly the problem is them living cohabitating.
Yeah, but
in
then
the
you've
same
got to
pond.
take up. You've got to
Maybe we
separate
can-
like the pond you've got and then into two ponds. Wouldn't it just be easier if you could just because those 13 fish were introduced from another pond? Couldn't you just ship them back on boats, even to their old pond?
No, but some of them have been there longer than the other fish. Like there's other fish that don't cause any trouble that haven't been there as long.
That's why
Some of these fish have
kill
been
them
there
and
a
eat
real
them
long
is
time.
clearly that's the solution.
So what you need to do is you need to carve off a section of that pond and just put up walls around it so that the fish can't get in. Maybe we can call that Louisiana.
Build a wall around
Ilhan
Louisiana.
Ilhan Omar says we should be fearful of whites.
I would say our country should be more fearful of white men across our country, because they are actually causing most of the deaths within this country. We should be profiling, monitoring, and creating policies to fight the radicalization of white men.
Oh, look, it's Mehdi Hassan, famous Arab racist.
Yes.
I do agree with her though that the country should be afraid of white men.
Yes.
Oh, I agree with that part. That part, yes.
You follow him, looking all over here. I'll go this way, you turn all the way around. I come up wherever I want. Exactly. Sure. You're watching me. Okay. You're racist. Yep.
I love it. Yep.
She's telling us so she can watch me all she won't. I can. Why are you watching me though? You don't
cannot-
have to watch
I'm
me.
watching everyone.
You don't have to watch me.
Are you special?
You don't have to watch me.
Are you special?
You're not watching everybody.
Yes, I was.
No, you
until
wasn't.
You're now
No,
talking
you
to me.
wasn't.
Yes, I.
Because you wasn't watching me. What you mean? Because I'm not talking to you.
I can watch anyone I
Girl.
want. Okay. If that's the card you want to play, that's what.
Girl. You follow him, looking all over here. I'll go.
You have no power here.
Jesus fucking
Black
Christ.
man wants to set a bounty to give Shiloh Hendricks baby's brain damage. The fuck?
I just got a real quick question. So we all know what happened with Shiloh Hendricks and how she got all this goddamn money, right? Off all the wrong reasons. But you know what? It is what it is at this point, right? So I'm just sitting here thinking, what about the baby? What about the baby? Because technically, that baby is going to grow up and be part of the goddamn Triple K. That baby might grow up to be Hitler. That baby is going to grow up and probably be the worst of the worst out there in the world. And you know what? I don't want that baby policing children that look like me. I don't want that baby growing up doing anything else that to people that look like me, all because it was taught that. But since, unfortunately, CPS is not going to be able to do nothing, what should we do? I think you guys should let me know in the comments, because part of my thinking was, fuck it, start a GoFundMe, you know, raise about $1 million, go slap the hell out that baby, make that baby brainless or something for a while. At least it still get to live. Just might be a little fucked up. You know? But hey, that's what happens when you grow up with racist ass parents. You gotta,
like you did, clearly.
Yes, we should definitely start thinking like that, because what are the chances of that white baby getting
Starting with him first.
growing up and murdering someone or robbing someone versus this motherfucker?
It is getting ridiculous over in the United States.
These black people are going to start a race war. They're
And
going
they're
to
going
start
to
one.
lose.
It started. It started. I'm telling you, it's there brewing. Everybody what is it like? Tim Pool was like civil war. We're gonna have a civil war. No. You can have a race war.
Race war. Yeah.
So they're gonna start. It's gonna be like the Hutus and the Tutsis, man. They're gonna start.
Yeah, the blacks in the hood versus
black radio.
the,
Black radio stations are gonna start talking about how white people are cockroaches. Everybody's going to start carrying identity cards. Like, you don't really need to, because it's easy to tell who's white and who's black. You just look at
But the mixed people might
I don't need to have a
cards.
passport that says I'm a Tutsi. So you don't. You just go, there's Whitey, kill him. So yeah, I wonder if there's statistics that show that likelihood. Yeah.
Yes.
So.
It is not because you are black. I repeat, it is not because you are black. It is because you lack morals, self-respect, and character. You are loud, you are obnoxious, disrespectful, with very little regard for anyone else. You don't just tolerate dysfunction, you defend it, you protect the degenerates, and then you try to silence anyone who is calling for accountability. You let the worst of the community become the face of the community, and then you get upset when the world treats you like we are all degenerates. And then you want people to care about Black lives. When Black people kill more Black people than anyone, we are first in line to get an abortion. And the children that are actually in the community, they can't even fucking read. And then instead of holding accountability for the things that are actually going on in our community, we scapegoat white people that have nothing to do with what is going on within the Black community. So if it is because you're Black, Thank other Black people.
I just have to point out that this woman has like a wall of heroes, and it's Candace Owens, Yee, what that Ian, that crazy guy on fucking YouTube who was on Rogan, Ian, what's his name? Ian something. Like I can't tell who that is.
There's a very fat Candace Owens.
I think that might be this one might be what's his name? God. Nation of Islam guy.
Fucking I don't know.
It eludes me, but yeah. So maybe there is hope.
Maybe
there
I
is
don't
hope.
know.
Speaking of Ye, I have his new song here, which is quite a banger. I'm not sure if this episode will be taken down because of it. I can't find the video, I can't find it on YouTube. I'm not sure if it's getting copy claimed. But people are doing reacts to it, so we're going to react to Hitler's new sorry, not Hitler's new song, Ye's new song, Heil Hitler, which is certainly a title. Jesus fuck.
Oh boy.
Okay, I'm going to pause it because we're starting with some brass.
Yep.
So and don't forget, everybody, we're in the midst of the very important races.
Okay. That's racist.
Racism News.
Man, these people took my kids from me, then they closed my bank account. I got so much anger in me, got no way to take it out.
Okay, so that's pretty accurate. They took his kids away from him, like they deplatformed him.
Describing the actions of people just tearing him down.
So he's stuck in the Matrix, and he takes his nitrous to break out. So I guess he's taking a page out of the potato school.
How niggas can't see me in public, I'm driving an all-chrome Maybach. With all of the money and fame, I still can't get my kids back. With all of the money and fame, I still don't get to see my children. Niggas see my Twitter, but they don't see how I be feeling. So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain. Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
Yep.
Look, mad respect for getting all those black guys to say Heil Hitler.
It's probably easy.
Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas
how he did it. I know how he did it. He used Fiverr.
They're all from Fiverr.
They're all from Fiverr, and they can't speak English for shit.
I cannot deny. This is a good beat.
It is. It is a good beat.
She wanna put the Japan. I put the chrome on the bench. She reaching down in my pants. She got the world in her hands.
That is a fucking sick beat, man. Like, I don't agree with the title.
No,
all the lyrics.
I think his structure of the lyrics wasn't quite right because he, like, just before the chorus, he kind of pushed a lot of information through.
Yeah.
So
okay. I heard someone break it down, and I think it's worth exploring. Everything he sings about, not the chorus, but everything he sings about is how everything is against him, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And his response to that is the worst possible thing to go against those people. And who are the people that he claims are the ones who did it? All this stuff to him that are behind all this shit.
The Jews.
It's the Jews. So what's the most offensive thing you can say to a Jew?
It's Nazi stuff. And who's the leader of the Nazis?
This is him saying, fuck culture, fuck everyone on the left who's attacked me, and fuck you all, and here's how I'm gonna say it. It's nigger Heil Hitler. That's damn right there. And so I think
God damn it, Cox.
But yeah, so I think it's him just being Kanye.
Being what's it called? Well, not regressive. Not defiant. He's being defiant, but transgressive. That's the word I was thinking of. Yeah, he's being transgressive.
Yeah. He's attacking who he perceived was. No, I'm not saying they did. They haven't. I'm just like he's attacking who he perceives was attacking him. And the worst thing you can say to a Jew is something Hitler related, and your support for him. And that's exactly what this song is. This is a diss song against the people who have been attacking him.
A lot of it, I do think a lot of it is courting the controversy.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like, I guess this is sort of embracing it. Like this reminds me of like the National Socialist taxi driver. Let me see if I can find it. I've got the video, but I don't have the don't have it on Twitter. I'd have to upload it.
And what it all comes down to is it's just speech.
Yeah, like
It's not out there
and
beating
it's music. Like it's still
And
art.
it's art.
Like
Yeah, it's
you can
speech, it's
like I
art.
said, I appreciate the beat. Like that's a sick beat, man.
Well, no, ignoring
And,
like
dude, it's an earworm.
Take out the connotations of what he's saying.
Like
the way he's saying the words to the beat actually makes sense for a song. Like it works for a song. Ignoring what the meaning of the words are, it actually works and fits together. Like it's art. Now, sure, people aren't going to like the words and what they mean and the connotations behind them, and how people are going to react to them and use them as an anthem and use it as part of their culture. But as a piece of art, I think he's nailed it on the head. I just think he's crazy. And
oh yeah, absolutely. Like he's lost his fucking mind. Like he's lost his marbles.
Oh no, he's totally a 24th century schizoid, man.
It just occurred to me too, though. Like if you think about rap in general, rap uses the word nigger constantly. Like it's just like not normally with a hard R, but like nigger this, nigger that. Like as is foundational. Something like 50% of rap songs contain the N word.
Nigger, please.
Yeah, exactly. Like stuff like. I wonder if yeah, like subconsciously or even consciously, like Ye's trying to do that.
Just
like,
make Heil Hitler like normal
really
parlor
like,
speech.
Heil Hitler is one of those things that language, yes. Eric, perhaps you haven't realized we're in racism news.
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay.
Nigger.
That's racist.
Racism news.
We're in the very special section where it's allowed. Because Heil Hitler by itself isn't what?
Sorry, I just googled or DuckDuckGo'd Ye Heil Hitler music lyrics and genius.com. Oh, sorry, page not found, even though it's on the website.
Like yeah, because the N word has a lot of power because of the racial overtones and the way it was used. But arguably, it's not Like it only has power because we give it power.
Yeah.
It's the same for Heil Hitler. Like saying Heil Hitler, it only has that power. Like it only has sort of this ick about it because the Nazis, because Hitler,
because communists.
Yeah, well, yeah, because National Socialism. Like it's kind
That's
of
saying the same thing.
It's kind of the same. Like the end, like I always go back to, many people do. It's not a an earth shattering reference, but a lot of people go back to the Chris Rock, Bigger and Blacker. He has a thing like there's a civil war among black people. There's black people and there's niggers, and niggers have got to go. And it's kind of true because, and that's what Shiloh was saying. Like she called the kid the N-word because, quote, if he doesn't want to be called one, he shouldn't, quote unquote, act like one. And I think like that's what Chris Rock was talking about. Like anytime black people are having fun, there's always nigger come and fuck it up. Like it's that primal fucking the angry black man that just wants to burn. And yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to make a point, but it's not quite fully formed.
The black man doesn't have their frontal cortex switched on.
There's a fine line between black people and N-words. N-words. That's a very good way to put it. N-words.
Yes.
Realistically, this whole segment is going to end up getting removed, or the whole episode's going to get nuked. So, and of all the weeks to do it, there's not going to be a copy on Rumble.
Oh, great.
I will upload it in its entirety to Rumble, so that if people want to catch up. Oh shit.
Meine Zeit verwendet habe im Dienste meines Volkes. Gib du jetzt deine Stimme ab. Wenn ja, dann tritt für mich ein, so wie ich für dich. Wenn ja.
Now, I don't know if that's an actual speech of Hitler's or if they've gone in and AI generated
him speaking German.
Don't need to AI generate it, but the AI probably would have cleaned it up.
No, I mean, AI generated an actual speech of Kanye's writing, because he may have written a speech about,
like
because I heard people joking like, oh yeah, no, it's Hitler talking shit about Kim Kardashian, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Well, I don't know if that's real or not because I don't speak German enough to understand it, but yeah, that.
Because he says it is one. I will post it. Okay.
Oh, it is an actual Hitler speech. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I assumed it was.
Going through the lyrics of what he's singing about is actually quite interesting. I posted link in the side. It's
the very brave lyrics world for actually hosting. Oh my god! Of course, because he posted a link, and the link is hitlerx.com. God damn it. Of course, there's hitlerx.com.
Nice.
Limited visibility. Hitler's speech and Ye's outro in English.
Du meine Arbeit für richtig hältst, ob du glaubst, dass ich fleißig gewesen bin, dass ich gearbeitet habe, dass ich mich in diesen Jahren für dich eingesetzt habe, dass ich anständig meine Zeit verwendet habe im Dienste meines Volkes. Gib du jetzt deine Stimme ab. Wenn ja, dann tritt für mich ein, so wie ich für dich eingetreten bin.
I tell you, the racism question is going to be used up entirely this episode for the entire year. So the lyrics of Heil Hitler by Kanye West. Man, these people took my kids from me. Then they post my bank account. That doesn't sound right. This sounds like an AI translation, AI text to speech, speech to text. Post my bank account. I got so much anger in me, got no way to take it out. Think I'm stuck in the Matrix. Where the fuck is the nitrous? Yes, I'm a cuckalike. When people fuck, I'm a bitch. Shit that on Twitter, I'm posting. Shit that I'm posting on Twitter. They're telling me, hey, don't say that. How niggas can see me in public. I'm driving an off-road Maybach. With all the money and fame, still can't get my kids back. With all the money and fame, still don't get to see my children. Twitter. Boo, boo. Dude, I'm gonna be in the shower tonight. Just
it's gonna be next week's intro. It's just the chorus.
Yep. But as it's stated there, it's very clearly he's feeling anger. Can't really do much, so he says, "Fuck it, I'm gonna become the villain now."
Yeah. It reminds me of this guy.
I'm a National Socialist. What you guys call a Nazi. I'm a believer of it.
The unlikely Nazi spoke outside his family's Bronx home after being suspended.
Unlikely? Come on.
While driving a New York City cab. Not just once, but multiple times. Photos sent to the Anti-Defamation League and to the Taxi and Limousine Commission sparked an investigation. 26-year-old Gabriel Diaz tells me he knew the symbol would offend some people, but denies being anti-Semitic.
I don't hate Jews. I'm critical of them, but I don't hate them. That doesn't mean that I'm anti-Semitic.
You wore a Nazi armband.
That doesn't make me a hater. Whoever said you have to be white to be a National Socialist, you don't have to be white. It could be anybody.
You know 6 million Jews are killed.
I have no comment on that right now.
There's no indication he discussed National Socialism with his fares because he was wearing the swastika on his forearm, held up so it mostly offended people on the outside, passers-by. And while it's not illegal to wear a swastika in public, it is against TLC rules to wear one while you're driving a cab.
Well, TLC responded right away when we came to them. Their course of action we felt was really appropriate and expedient.
It's a 30-day suspension of his hack license for acting against the best interests of the public.
Well, hopefully he realizes that this is wrong. Hopefully he learned from this mistake.
It pains me that I had to apologize. You know, it pains me.
If and when he returns to a New York City cab, Gabriel Diaz has promised to leave his Nazi armband at home. We're in Throgs Neck in the Bronx. Lou Young, CBS 2 News.
I had a longer version of his interview too.
I love his response. I don't have any comment on that.
I don't have any comment on the.
He wanted to be like 6 million bullshit.
I don't have any comment on that. Anybody got time for that?
No, I've looked up a couple other lyric websites, and they've all got. Then they post my bank account.
Yeah, but it's clearly then they closed my bank account. So, Eric says, I just want to know what mid-level Jew fucked Kanye over years ago to make him fly off the deep end like this. It's simple. Like he's in the music industry. When you're in the midst of mental illness, you'll draw connections. That's what the human brain draws connections. It's what makes conspiracy theories like resonate with people. And when you're going off the deep end, it's really easy to fucking draw conclusions.
Unfortunately for the Jews, they're just more popular in the entertainment industry. So
it's the oldest form of bigotry. It's the oldest form of bigotry. It's the original form of bigotry, really. And the conspiracy theories on Jews are everywhere. So, and if you're prone to that kind of thinking, then yeah, you'll. Eric says, Jesus Lord, they're tossing people in ovens. Ain't nobody got time for that. Anyway, continuing with the casual racism. How long before Carnival Cruises goes bankrupt, no sane person is booking a trip with Carnival to be stuck on a ship with undesirables. Well, it is called Carnival.
24 people. and from sailing with Carnival Cruise Line after getting into a fight. The video from Saturday appears to show a group of people. You see them here shoving each other while disembarking a ship inside of a terminal in Galveston. You can see people being pushed to the ground. In a statement to NBC News, Carnival says this happened in an area under the authority of U.S. Customs and Border Patrol and has been turned over to law enforcement. 24 people are now banned from sailing with Carnival.
24 N-words. Where's the? I had the Matt Walsh thing. I wanted to put with this. Okay, so Matt Walsh had some comments.
The mob that tried unsuccessfully to cancel Shiloh Hendricks was far more outraged over Shiloh saying the N-word than they were over Carmelo Anthony stabbing somebody to death. Indeed, many of them actively supported Carmelo Anthony murdering Austin Metcalf. They rewarded him financially for it. And this is all part of the preposterous racial double standard that has defined American culture.
I mean, it says 109 countries had something to say about that. Well, yeah, over all the year, most of those countries are Muslim countries, and after 48. But Jews have always been the scapegoats. That's what happens when the dominant religion says no usury. So the only people who can run banks are the Jews. So the Jews were run out of France because they're bigger. They held most of the crown's debts. So it's like if you could deport your banker and you didn't owe money anymore, you would do it. Doesn't matter what religion they are. I don't know what if I could deport ANZ, I'd gladly deport them. I have the money for my house. So.
Nice.
For generations now, it is a double standard that declares it a greater crime for a white person to say a word than for a black person to kill a white person. In fact, killing a white person could even be a just punishment for saying that word, according to these standards. The rules surrounding this word, the moral weight granted to it, the arbitrary guidelines drawn around it, it's all nonsense. It's all indefensible on both moral and intellectual grounds. People are fed up with it. That's what you're seeing in this story. People are just fed up with it. Now, that child, if he's like the average black child in this country, did not hear the N-word for the first time from a white woman at the park last week. Okay? He's no doubt heard it thousands of times. He likely hears it every day. He probably hears it in his own home. Are we supposed to
From
believe
his own parents
heard the
calling
word
him one?
time 1001 that really traumatized him? I mean, the idea that the word is a common greeting for one race, but unspeakably evil if uttered by a different race is laughably ridiculous. The idea that one race can say the word 10,000 times a day and the other race cannot speak the syllables under any circumstance, even if they're just repeating what someone else said or singing along to a rap song, that idea, again, is totally indefensible, which is why no one has ever tried to defend it. Instead, it's just yet another, race.
I think back to this. Kendrick Lamar stuff's white fan is the M word on stage. It's his fucking lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want, what? Rapper invited the woman who identified herself only as Delaney to sing Mad City during a set at a hangout festival in Alabama, but Kendrick stopped her after she repeatedly used the N-word, which is heard multiple times in his song. Kendrick told her, "You got to bleep one single word." She appeared not to realize why she'd been stopped and asked, "Am I not cool enough for you, bro?" I'm just like, dude,
Clearly not. No, it's not that you're not cool enough. You're not black enough.
You don't want you don't want the word used. The word has power over you because you give you're not taking the word back by using it that way. You can't take it back and say, no, we're taking it back. We're just using it to greet each other. And then if someone else uses that word, go, whoa, you did a racism.
Well, chimp out.
You don't get to have it both ways.
Yeah,
you can take the power. You can take the power away from the word, or you can have the word hold power over you. You can't have both. Can't have both ways.
It is nice to have a word that automatically chimps them out.
Well, yeah, well, yeah. Well, let's actually, I've got a perfect example of that. Where is it? There it is.
We live in a can say an inappropriate, rude thing, which, by the way, black people can say things to white people all the time, and they never get canceled. There's no backlashing about this. I want to live in a country where people.
Yeah, you can call a white person cracker. You can call a white person like mayo monkey, white cockroach. Like, call us whatever you like. It's irrelevant because it doesn't have power over us.
Yeah, we never gave those words power.
The word has power over you because you let it have power over you.
People are allowed to say what they want unashamedly, and you will.
Well, go
not
on then,
have
say
free-
it. Say
You
the
will
M-
not have
Go on,
free
say.
speech.
Go on, say the M word. Go on.
I'm
No,
not
no,
ashamed.
no, hang
Don't
on.
invite. No.
No.
I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me because I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her for ratings to call me the N-word because that's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here. You and one Uncle Tom on the left here, and to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous. You would not sit here with a Jewish person and say, please use a Jewish slur in front of this Jewish. It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Pierce. I understand what you're trying to do. But we
you know
already
what,
know
Mark?
she's
I hear
racist,
you.
and I don't want to invite
Mark,
a racial harm to me.
I
to
hear
prove
you.
it.
I hear you.
Fucking racial harm. Give it a fucking break. Jesus.
I think it would have been hilarious if she had to come back and been like, "Look, Mark, I don't think you're a nigger. I don't think you're a nigger. You're a decent black person. I don't
Just
think you're a
Gypsy
nigger."
Crusade up here. And it's
Would have been
And
hilarious if she'd come back with that.
Yeah.
That we're supposed to follow without ever asking any questions about it or expecting anyone to explain it or justify it. People are sick of that. It's just that simple. They are sick of it. Now, it is simple. If it's wrong to say the word, then it's wrong for anyone to say it. If
100% agree.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, if you can't take it back and also be offended by it. The act of taking it back means you've taken its power away.
Well, no, if you're going to take it away from white people, you have to take it away from everyone. Like, you take it back.
Well,
and
no,
then, like completely
the whole
delete
point
it
of black people using it to address each other and using it in songs was to take the power away from the word.
Yeah,
like,
but it
well,
hasn't.
if we call each
Weird.
other nigger, it means it don't have no power over us no more. And it's like, well, okay, yeah, that's reasonable. But
then we just say it. Just
you still
just
give
to
it
test.
power over you. Like, you let it have power because you're triggered by it immediately. And people know you're triggered by it immediately. Like, look at Mark Lamont Hill's fucking response to just the implication that she may have fucking said it. And then he said it while fucking complaining about it. He literally says, "You're inviting her to call me nigger." Like, it's like
He called
what the
himself. He called himself a nigger.
Yes.
He said, "I'm the only nigger on
I'm
here."
the only nigger on here. Like, are you
It's
fucking
like-
kidding me?
And
you try to call it
standard.
a racial attack? What the fuck is
Yeah.
wrong with you?
And then called
Also-
Myron a fucking Uncle Tom.
Uncle Tom,
Exactly.
yes. Like, what the fuck?
Another racial slur. Just within
Exactly.
the race.
Another. It's just so fucking incongruous.
I just think it's hilarious that what Myron pulled up. It's that that cap gun thing that shoots out and it says like you write on it bang or whatever. It's got nigger written
Got
on it.
the Nazi flag on there. Yeah. Like the look, I'm Italian. I got called Wog. My uncles got called Wog. My great uncle got called Wog. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. Like,
We
you
have
just
a
move
movie
on.
for all the non-Australians. We have a movie in
Called
Australia
Wogs Out of Work
called Wog Boy from
Yeah, Wog
90
Boy.
something.
Wog Boy,
There's a whole
Wog
bunch
Boy,
of
Wog Boy.
Wog naming movies, and yeah, originally it was a slang to a derogatory term. However, the Wogs took it back. They're like, yeah, we are Wogs. What's your problem?
And we don't get offended by it. So,
Well, to be fair, you're white now, so join the club.
well,
also, I'm a bit sad. Like 20 years ago, we were supposed to take back Porch Monkey. And we haven't done it yet.
Porch monkey. Don't worry, I'm taking it back.
If black people want white people to not say the word, then they need to not say it. If you say it, everyone else can say it. Point blank, it's that simple. That's how life works. Deal with it. No, you can't do that. You can't say, well, no, we can do this thing, but you can't. Doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
It does not work that way. Well, it did work that way for a long time. It was indefensible, and it's just not going to work that way anymore. Sorry.
Yeah, we're done.
Well, especially when you've got white women with a kid on their hip saying it to black people with cameras in their faces. It's
like while the black person says, "Did you call that child a nigger? Did you go like, dude? What the fuck are you doing?" Like, and this guy's not African American. This guy's fucking Somali.
Yeah, which makes no sense.
The word doesn't have any fucking power on that guy because the word has power because of the history of slavery and Jim Crow in the United States. This guy didn't experience slavery or Jim Crow. Like, come the fuck on.
It'd be like,
to be fair, he might
Aboriginal.
have had slavery, but
because of
original slavery.
Someone calling them an N-word.
It would be like a Nigerian, like a Sudanese in Melbourne being called Abo and getting offended.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, but you're not, bro.
Well, it's an offensive term.
Like it's not. It is an offensive. Like unless the offense you're taking is that you're being identified as an Indigenous Australian,
which I can understand being offended by that.
And also,
I can understand that.
As to Italians being white, I'm
They're
sorry.
about to execute us when a rebel officer sees one of our passports and shouts, "Wait, these aren't whites. They're Italians."
Yeah, keep telling yourself that.
Yeah, that's right. The groypers and the Jew haters are like, oh, the crash out will be insane because Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro disagree.
Yeah, but how much do they really disagree, though?
Well, this is the thing. I understand if you can't understand both their points, there's something
And the
wrong
fact
with your
they're under the
ability to
same
think.
organization and they'll debate each other.
Yeah. Look,
like
Matt
adults.
Walsh's point is perfectly valid. So is Ben Shapiro's. Don't give money to crappy people.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, oh, Ben's comparing the two like they're equal. No, he doesn't.
No, he's saying both scenarios are crappy.
He clearly points out that that Anthony, whatever the fuck is Carmelo Anthony, is a piece of shit. He's a murderer. And Shiloh Hendricks is not her crime was to call a clearly a 10-year-old the N-word.
Yeah, why are you throwing money at her for that?
So,
well, we know why.
And
but
look, I think both of them shouldn't, like, nobody should throw money at either of them. But I mean, if you're going to throw money
it's
at
clearly
someone,
one is reaction of another.
Exactly. Yeah, don't give money to Daily Wire. Yeah, if you don't,
give it to Thermo.
If you don't agree, don't watch. Like half their shit's free. Like this is on YouTube. You don't have to pay the Daily Wire for their content.
Support
They
the
give
show.
that shit away. Yeah, if you want to support, you want to give people money. Give me money, please. Me and money needing a lot now.
Oh, you got rid of that, didn't you?
Yeah, I don't have it in the list. And by the time I uploaded it all, the money.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
I get all the money.
There you go.
Is it the one with Alex Jones at the end? Because I don't see it when you play it.
Yes, it is.
I get all the money. Anyway, Matt Walsh isn't exaggerating. They want her dead over a word. There's another guy, but this wants her dead.
Lady Shiloh Hendricks, whatever the fuck her name is, call that little boy a nigga and gonna sit up there and make a GoFundMe to play victim.
You just said the fucking word.
No, she's not playing victim. She's not playing
He
victim.
just said the
because
word. He just said nigga.
But he just said it.
Yeah, the hypocrisy. But she's not playing victim because she said the word. She's
playing. She's not playing the victim. Like
actual victim because she's being
she
threatened.
became the victim when the social media mob was whipped up.
Yeah.
Like if you don't want to make these people rich, don't start a mob. Like this, this happens on every side. Like when the right attacks someone, they'll raise money off it. It's just that the right have fucking figured out your fucking plan. So and
actually using the tactics
better.
Yeah.
So it's their word, Thermo. No, it's not.
That's not how words work.
Are we in the fragility news section now? I don't have a fragility news. The racism news is going to go for quite a while. I've got Maple Pajeets and Pajeet Wars next. So
when it finally becomes a VOD, it's going to be like a 45-minute pre-show.
It's going to be Aussie news. A section on Ricada, Alcatraz,
and the two articles the two articles we did at the start.
No show next week, not because I'm having lunch, but because it's suspended. Because we're suspended.
Oh, you planned this whole thing out, didn't you?
That's right. If I'm going to do it now, I'm going to give everybody exactly what they want just before I take a week off.
Nice.
Anyway.
Racial slurs. That's crazy to me. And have the audacity to start a GoFundMe. It's gone now. Thank God people reported it. Because people like her, they deserve a bullet.
It's not gone.
It's not gone.
That lady.
It's because this guy went to GoFundMe and couldn't find it.
Okay, I'm gonna say this, but you know what would have been the best revenge for the guy filming and all the people who were offended by her saying nigger would have been to leave her alone in whatever shitty life she already had.
Yeah.
Because now, yes, okay, she's going to go through stress. She's going to go through, but that money is going to probably move her into a better neighborhood, in possibly even a better state. And her whole outlook on life is probably going to be elevated because she's moved from the whatever life she had beforehand. She's like, because I don't understand why people would live in Minnesota.
In the ghetto.
If you've got the ability to get out, get the fuck out. And she's going to have that ability.
Matt Walsh makes a good point. He says the real conversation that should come out of this week is why places like Minnesota are importing Somalis en masse. Somalia is one of the most impoverished and dysfunctional countries in the history of the planet. Somalian immigrants bringing poverty and dysfunction everywhere they go. Nobody can explain how this country is improved and enriched, but in any way through mass Somali immigration. Nobody wants to live in a community that's predominantly Somalian. Nobody can factually dispute any of the things I've just said, though they can act offended by it. So why are we doing this?
Because it's
I think she will. I think the entire point is that she's taking Scott Adams' advice and getting the fuck out. Like, separate yourselves. Like I was joking earlier about everybody separating themselves. I think so. If you go back, like black people love to tell the story about what is it?
Black Wall Street.
Black Wall Street.
Yeah.
So Tulsa, Oklahoma. At what, like 1912 or something. Was a successful area, like majority black, like when blacks and whites operated separately, seemed like blacks were successful. So maybe we should try that again, because
and they can police their own fucking.
This forced integration isn't working, and just shoving black people into the cities in the ghettos, it's not working. It's not working. Like, you can try the same thing over and over and over and get no different results. Like, yeah, Eric, in the ghetto. Tomorrow V says, if you don't separate, it's called gentrification. The 2020 riots were very against that concept. Exactly. So, the problem is that, like, black people don't want white people around. They want what white people have. They just don't want white people there.
Which is the problem.
It's pretty clear. It gets pretty clear. Like they say it themselves.
Yeah.
So,
but they don't want to put in the effort to actually build that up.
Well, but that's the thing. They have in the past. They're capable of it.
Yes, they are.
I do think a lot of it is because there's so much assistance available.
Assistance and just too many of their people just dragging the rest down.
Thomas Sowell, like we talk like I know we're all being like very tongue in cheek about how this being racism news and we're shitting on black people, but like I do try to have some balance and sort of touch on like the because look, I don't care about I don't hate black people. I don't think about black people. Like racists think about black people all the time. They're obsessed. Same as anti-Semites are obsessed with Jews. Like anti-black racists are obsessed with black people, and anti-white racists are obsessed with white people. Like I don't think about you at all. I'm the fucking Mad Men meme. Like I don't think about black people at all. Like it's not a like not a. I feel
I don't think about
bad.
black people, but I don't think about white people either.
Yeah,
it's like the color or the race or the ethnicity or whatever.
I want everybody to succeed. I want everybody who wants to put into the system to get out of this, like to get what they need from the system. So it makes me weird and people call me TDS, but like I'm for public healthcare. Like I'm for a safety net, like an actual fucking safety net that you don't end up on the streets. Like I'm for some progressive policies. Like I'm not on the right. I've been a Labor voter. Like I support the Labor Party. Like I've
to be fair,
previously been a
Labor's
member
the
of the
only
Labor
Australian
Party.
Labor's the only Australian party to actually do stuff. So yeah, it's the only competent party. So
yeah, but I'm not.
No, I think the last Liberal competent party was probably Howard.
Howard was the last competent Liberal Party.
Competent, but he is dragging stuff not where it needs to be, and we can see it.
Supports free government services. No, there's no such thing as free government services.
No, it's compensated.
So
everything
has a cost. And look, you need to look. I miss Tones, but only because I know what followed.
Yeah.
Yes.
At the time, I remember Tony Abbott and the stuff he did, and I just like at the time I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Because you got to remember, like as much as Tony Abbott was like in retrospect was a good or Tony Abbott is and was a good man. Like he always wanted what was best for his community. He like you cannot argue he's a proud Australian, despite the fact he wasn't born here, and he was a consummate volunteer for bush volunteer bush firefighter, volunteer lifesaver, like was in politics, like was prime minister. Like the guy loved his country and put effort into it. Sorry, 1 second.
I have a little bit of issue of how he got the way he got the power.
So I was off accepting his check from Tony Abbott.
That's right. I'm accepting my check from Tony Abbott.
For speaking to him.
I mean, he's good bloke. He'll go there directly to give it to you.
Yeah. But yeah, like I was saying, like there's we need to make sure that people are that we have a level that we go, okay, below this is not appropriate. Like
there's a base
we
level.
don't want kids starving. We don't want like families homeless. Like we want just this level. This level is the level that below we do not accept. That is the safety net. Like I don't agree with like welfare queens and whatever. No, I'm not arguing for UBI. No, I'm saying there needs to be a safety net. There needs to be a safety net. I mean, I'm sure you agree. Like that there needs to be something there to catch the people who fall through the system. Everybody, no rama. Yeah, Don't be rama.
I think it's just because our society is too
And look,
advanced
I will
allow...
reveal a bit about myself. So Costi, get ready to write this down. So I grew up in
Because it's not going to be on the replay.
Like our Prime Minister, I grew up in social housing. Like I grew up in a house, like in housing commission flats with my single mum who was on sole parent pension. So I wouldn't be where I am today, educated, articulate taxpayer
and YouTuber,
if
it wasn't
if not for a social safety net. So I owe that to this country. So, and yeah, those used to be the churches, but people have turned away from the church. I would like them to have not have, but I mean, can you blame them?
The kids.
Have you seen these fucking churches lately? Like, I haven't sold you on it.
Well, look, I say that we're just too advanced.
The reason a safety net is important is without a safety net, you'll be robbed. People will come and take what you have. So it's far better for you to pay the tax man a few dollars. Well, in your case and in my case, a lot of dollars, and have the tax man give people who like build a safety net to catch those people, lest they fall through it and hold you at gunpoint.
Or knife point, or whatever.
Or knife point, or brick point.
Yeah, my point was getting to that point. It's basically we're just too advanced. We need a net to catch people before they go to like the no point of return, where the only way up is to just grab whatever is around you, meaning steal and all that crap.
And then at that point, you get people who are so impoverished that, okay, well, I'm going to go steal because I'll steal food, I'll get arrested, I'll get 3 hots and a cot, and I'll go to jail, and I'll have a roof over my head, and I'll be fed. And it's like, in prison, yes, but that's safer than me living on the street with all the other crackheads. It's like, okay, that...
Yeah, and they can easily do like low-level crimes to get into like the easier stuff.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, well, how about we have that safety net so that you don't have to resort to that?
And still able to participate in the society.
Yeah.
It's just we're too advanced. That needs to happen.
Also, so every dollar that the government gives to as a handout is returned into the economy. Like these people aren't saving their money and squirreling it away to invest. It's being spent in the local economy.
Yeah, so, at some point, even if half of it's
economically speaking, it's a stimulus program. Yeah, that dollar eventually ends up in someone's pocket. So maybe it's the local dealer.
Up.
Of course,
he has to buy groceries as well.
And look, let's not forget the biggest, like when it comes to our federal budget, the actual social safety net, so unemployment, unemployment benefits and disability benefits, which I consider the social safety net, fucking minuscule in comparison to the age pension.
Yeah, I was going to say that
where's all that money gone?
That image with the boxes that we had up a couple of weeks ago, I was surprised that it wasn't higher on the list. That New Start and unemployment and all that stuff was. What was it, 11?
Yeah,
or
9
or something?
It's practically nothing.
It's never that bad. It's always the age pension that always takes,
and it's only
going
to
get
Australia's population is aging. It's only going to get worse.
That's why we introduced
communism that I agree with.
So I
would prefer there be no there be a age pension that only that is just a safety net.
Well, that's why we had superannuation.
And superannuation
introduced.
is what people retire with.
Well, yeah, that's why it was introduced so long ago. So by the time, so long ago. So
Yeah, Thermo, you got to remember how young RC
Yeah, I know.
I am very young.
45 minutes ago is so long ago for him. He's
I know,
still wet behind the ears.
Fraction of his
I'm
life.
just learning so many new words, like nigger, hell, Hitler. But the whole point of it, that it started so long back, so we're getting to the point where we can kind of start looking at reducing age pension, because the majority of the population has superannuation, and that can be used for retirement instead of relying on the government.
Oh, yeah, there you go, Greenwood. Historic Freedom Colony in Tulsa, Oklahoma, one of the most prominent concentrations of African-American business in the United States during the early 20th century. It was popularly known as America's Black Wall Street. It was burned to the ground in the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921, in which a local white mob gathered and attacked the area. Between 75 and 300 Black Americans were killed, hundreds more injured, and the homes of 5,000 were destroyed, leaving them homeless. The massacre was one of the largest in the history of the U.S. race relations, destroying the once thriving Greenwood community. So this kind of shit doesn't help. So, and look, make no mistake, Jim Crow was fucked.
Oh, yeah.
So the nation, the U.S. would look very different had Lincoln survived.
Oh yeah.
So because the reconstruction would have taken place like immediately. You would have had like Johnson's administration was a fucking disaster.
Didn't Lincoln want to ship them all back?
There was talk about doing that as well, like offering them passage back to.
Oh, so not like, oh, you're.
It wasn't like, no, I'm going to round you all up and ship you back. No, but
You're an illegal immigrant.
because Lincoln's second election, he chose a different vice president. The vice president he chose was a Southern Democrat. So technically, Lincoln ran on a unity ticket.
Mm-hmm.
So he was a Republican, and his vice president was a Southern Democrat. So of course, when Lincoln was killed, Johnson became president and basically undid everything Lincoln wanted to do. So
great.
Yeah.
You don't think it's interesting about one of the most interesting things about the Republican Party?
What?
Is that it was originally started to end slavery, like right at the beginning. That's why the party was founded.
I don't remember that. I don't think so.
You sure?
No, John Adams was the first Republican president.
No, the party when it first started.
Yeah, but I mean that like he could have ended it there. He didn't. So yeah, and that's right. He freed the slaves to fight a war. There was a contingent in the Republican Party, like the anti-slavery party was the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
But they weren't the majority of the Republican Party. They were the radical Republic. They were called the Radical Republicans.
The Margas of their time.
So yeah, they were the Radical Republicans. So they were the extremist Republicans. So the majority of the Republican Party did not want to end slavery.
Kind of keep it status quo.
But the Radical Republicans worked with Lincoln. Like Lincoln worked with the Radical Republicans to to free the slaves, and like he wanted the 13th Amendment passed before after he was reelected, but he was reelected and basically sworn in and then shot, so he didn't last very long. So, but the 13th Amendment was passed, and then a year later the 14th Amendment was passed. So.
Mm-hmm.
So, interesting series called Manhunt on Apple TV Plus or whatever it is. It's a very good series. It's about the hunt for John Wilkes Booth. So it's a very good. Anyway, sexual assault case against Rochester men dismissed. So this happened after all the stuff happened.
No. If you scroll down to the bottom of the The date is 14th of
14th.
March.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it was dismissed.
Of course, it was dismissed because, of
It's-
course, we can't have people charged for crimes in
In the
Minnesota.
interest of justice.
In the
Yeah.
interest of justice, whatever.
It's been on their books for
Whatever
2
the fuck
years,
that
though.
means.
Chinese resident in Estonia called black tourist N-words and then told them to go back to Africa.
Black nigger. Go back to your country. Go back to your country, nigger. We don't welcome black people. Black people should go. Go back to Africa. You look so fucking ugly with your dark skin color. Go back to your country. Nigger, 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 nigger. Do you eat watermelon?
You want the fried chicken? Eat watermelon.
Black nigger.
Jesus fucking Christ. Last night at a Mexican restaurant in Jackson, Mississippi. This guy's a swinging helicopters. Dude, he's armed. That's security. God damn.
Someone screaming in the background, USA.
Wee Woo says, today I'm learn. Today I'm learn. America love obesity so much and love Negroes so much. America make giant obesity Negro statue. Wow. Yes, sure enough, there is a very large fat woman statue in New York.
And that is not AI.
And that is not AI. This one is AI. This one is also not AI. This one is in the Piazza del Signora in Italy.
That hair
This
looks
is
all fucked
Italian.
up. It looks like she's bald with hair coming out the back of her head.
Yeah.
Like extensions.
On some angles.
What's
but
the story about around this fucking...
It's like someone who wants their art to be seen by people because no one goes to a fucking museum to view all this shit. Because why the fuck would we?
Here it is. 12-foot overweight black woman statue erected in Times Square as contrast to white men hero statues.
See? It's like an art exposition. But in front of you, not like hidden
Does
away
not
in a
love
museum.
gays, and the Met Gala is so painfully ridiculous it almost makes Hollywood award shows look good. And I watched Joe Biden on The View, so you
Statue
didn't
is
have
titled,
to. It's
I
time
want to
for my
ask
Losers
your
of the
manager,
Week. Don't forget to
your
like,
manager where
subscribe,
my
comment
Mr. Nugget
on
is.
the YouTube channel at Tommy Lahren is Fearless. The show starts now. Whatever the hell
Where's the actual... There it is.
you to white statues, including a World War I war hero. The woke mob is so...
I wish you'd just start on OnlyFans and get it over and done with. There it is.
Maybe.
Who are the two white men at that Times Square? The Times Square white name. One of the white men is war hero Father Francis Duffy, who became a highly decorated cleric in the history of the U.S. Army for his efforts during combat. He was honored with a Distinguished Service Cross for his service to the United States to include caring for wounded and dying men. The other man is George C. Cohen, who was regarded as a Broadway hero, who was America's first show business superstar. NPR says Cohen should be remembered as the man who created Broadway. In other words, without Cohen's efforts in the early 20th century, there's a chance there's no Times Square for the 12-foot overweight black woman to chill in for the next couple of months. Okay.
But Beethoven was black, remember?
A 12-foot bronze statue in Times Square through June the 17th. Cut it down. Cut it down. We're allowed to do that, right? Destroying statues is perfectly fine. The surf say this is the statue we need.
100%. But it needs to be like way bigger and not AI. design.
Yes.
Looks like she's got fucked up hands.
Also, a penis.
Virginia McDonald's are banning anyone under the age of 21.
A new policy at Fairfax County McDonald's has a lot of you talking this afternoon. If you want a Big Mac, well, you'll need to be 21 years old or older. The McDonald's on Franconia Road near Thomas Edison High School now has a sign on the door telling customers that dine-in service is only open to customers over 21. Just Honor reports that the restaurant blames student violence.
Across the street who attend Thomas Edison High School are no longer allowed to dine inside of this McDonald's. The business put up a sign saying anyone under 21 is not allowed to dine in because of multiple incidents of student violence. Here's a closer up shot of that sign so you can see exactly what it says. It says that they're still here to serve adults 21 and up. People have to ring the doorbell now to enter. Once again, saying repeated incidents of student violence. It says this McDonald's location is temporarily closed for dine-in to anyone under the age of 21. It is unclear exactly how long that policy will last, but I do want to mention that Thomas Edison High School is one of two schools in Fairfax County Public Schools that has those weapons detectors now. The other one being West Potomac, which was the site of that stabbing incident between students that happened just a few weeks ago, and also has that weapons detector here. So multiple incidents in this county of student violence, again, now impacting this business.
I just want to point out, what's the racial composition of the student body? 35% Hispanic, 27% white, 19% black, 12% Asian, 6% are two or more of the races, and 1% are American Indian. So.
The reason
can't let your guard down.
This is the UK, but still it applies to the like. So they're putting the cheese in lockboxes now, so you can't steal the cheese.
Well, you can. You just have to break the lockbox.
You have to break the lockbox. Yeah, it's
what's
£3. It's
what's interesting
£3.50
is that lockbox probably costs more than the cheese.
Yeah.
Like each lockbox will cost more than that cheese would.
The First Lady of Sierra Leone is understood to be a tenant of a council flat in southern London, despite owning an extensive property portfolio in Africa. So, and I saw this too, which I thought fits perfectly with this segment. Which, just to remind everybody, this segment is rare.
You nigger.
Okay.
Nigger, nigger.
That's racist.
Racism news.
Just to remind everybody.
Drink your spit. Okay? My drink. Why did you? This is for my son, my 2-year-old son. Yeah. Why would you spin my drink?
So sorry, sir.
Why? Why? I want to know why you did it.
I don't know.
For what? We tipped you. What's the problem?
No problem, sir. My kids are my car.
Your kids are in your car, so you spit in my drink for my kids, right? Should I come spit in your kid's water bottle?
Then sir, I bring another two.
Should I spit in your kid's water bottle?
Sorry, sir. So sorry, sir. Then so I'm so sorry.
So should my son drink this, or you should drink it? You drink it right now. You drink it, take that seal off, and you're going to drink your spit. Okay, give me my drink. I want you to drink that right now. Okay, drink it. Drink it.
I'm Muslim, sir, so I don't.
You don't drink what? Fruit juice? Or you don't drink your own spit?
No problem.
So drink it. No, drink it now. You spit in my drink, right? So drink it. That's your spit in there. You broke the seal.
No.
Yeah, you broke the seal. I have it on camera. You broke the seal and you spit my drink, right? I have it on camera. My car records. My phone records. Everything records. Don't act like you didn't do it. I have you on camera.
Okay, sir, I'm so sorry.
Drink your spit.
So sorry, sir.
Okay? Shame on you. Shame on you.
So sorry again.
Yeah, so sorry for spitting in my drink. Good for your kids. And your kids don't have seatbelts on. They should be in car seats. Why do your kids not have seatbelts on?
I just come nearby, so.
You just live nearby? They should have seatbelts on. Why do your kids not have car seats? Okay? Don't spit in my kid's drink. You never come to my house again. You understand?
Yeah,
Don't ever come to my house again.
The top.
Huh?
That's still watching.
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Wait. You wait. Yeah, you wait.
Well, you just told me
Wait right
fuck
there.
off.
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, pull him over.
Oh, that's why.
Trying to drive off.
Hey, George, relax.
Yeah, George, relax.
Yeah, you're gonna get fucking bodied by a cop if you don't calm down.
Bodied? They'll fucking shoot you.
No, he's white.
That didn't stop the police officer shooting an Australian.
Me Kenny says just posted a link to show research.
Yeah, but that was a black cop.
You wanna come up behind me and kick me in the back?
No, oh, no, which is
What the fuck?
You wanna come up behind me and kick me in the back?
No, so he got you back. Oh, no, which is
Yeah.
Martialized you in the area. Oh, fuck's sake. Stop asking Grok to do your own fucking work for you. Fucking weirdos.
But don't you use Grok for the show?
Yeah, but not like
No,
oh,
not really.
Grok,
I use it during the show.
Tell me the name of this video.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Clips from 60% of the time, Grok gets it wrong anyway.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. This is the most racist thing I've seen all week, and that's saying something. So thanks, guys in the Discord.
But not the racist thing that Canada has done.
25 Honda Civic Sports हैगी है. You can own this car in only $290 bi-weekly with $0 down. For best deals, ओना कितने हैं? That
Right, so yeah, this is.
Oh yeah.
So for those of you who missed it,
reliable car चाहिए. In stock सड्डी को 2025 Honda Civic Sports हैगी है. You can own this car in only $290 bi-weekly with $0 down. For best deals, ओना कितने हैं?
so yes. I'm showing this for a very specific reason. Publicly actually Hated says, falling into a bit of a rabbit hole that exemplifies how fucked up and retarded Canada has become. I've just learned that this girl is 15 years old and has been reported missing multiple times in the past and is seemingly being groomed by Indian men in Toronto. Yes, I've made the police aware already. I'm not going to say her name here, but as this girl has been the subject of multiple missing persons reports in the past, and she is now resurfaced as a Sikh convert in a relationship with an older man. But wait, there's more. Here she is. There she is. I found a number of Indian men on an anonymous Brampton message board complaining about her. Yes, complaining that men from their community were getting in trouble for having sexual relations with her and trying to warn each other, portraying themselves as victims. Sorry, I just need to clear my throat for this bit. Hello, Brampton Confessions. Please make an updated post about 16-year-old, aka, and her new TikTok info. Another post needs to be made about her. She is misusing people in our Sikh community. She keep getting away with it and even putting innocent people behind bars. I've slipped into fucking pigeon. Yes, she keeps getting away with it and even putting innocent people behind bars. She claims to be married, but how can a little girl be married? But yeah, all of Hamilton and the GTA has fucked with her and faced consequences. Aware these good or bad people and not spoil their life and their homes. She is out there to fuck around with people's lives. Like, dude, they're fucking straight up admitting that they were fucking her and that she's destroying their lives by, being trafficked by them. How dare she? Fucking Christ.
Quick, someone call the police.
They put tattoos on her to make her seem of age. Minors can get tattoos in Canada with parental custodial permission, but there's a lot of shops that don't care and will just do it on a good faith declaration. Damn. So even like I used to in my brain, I'm like, oh, tattoos, she's gonna be 18. It's fine. Holy shit! I didn't realize like in Canada, it's like, oh, it's fucking whatever. So
I'm pretty sure you probably find some tattooists that would do the same thing in Australia.
Oh, I know some tattooists who would do it in Australia, but they're not exactly the most savory.
Sir, she was not redeemed, sir. The producer grooming underage boom boom chip photo, into the wood chipper with the people in that Sikh community.
Yeah.
So yes, the Leafs need liberating. The day of the rake cannot come soon enough.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of Pajeets, the Indian government has released a statement via its embassy in Washington, D.C. Terrorists killed 26 civilians in Jammu and Kashmir on April 22nd in a brutal and heinous attack. India has credible leads, technical inputs, and testimony of the survivors and other evidence pointing towards the clear involvement of Pakistan-based terrorists in this attack. It was expected that Pakistan would take action against terrorists and the infrastructure that supports them. Instead, during the fortnight that has gone by, Pakistan has indulged in denial and made allegations of false flag operations against India. India's actions have been focused and precise. They were measured, responsible, and designed to be non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani civilian, economic, or military targets have been hit. Only known terror camps were targeted. Shortly after the strikes, NSA Shiri Ajit Doval spoke with the US NSA and Secretary Marco Rubio, so the same person, and briefed him on the actions taken, because Marco Rubio is the acting NSA. So he spoke to the NSA and Marco Rubio. So India struck back. So the former empire struck back. The Pakistani government is just posting bullshit. Like that's literally a screen. That's literally going to be a video from what's it called? Not DC, maybe DCS or Operation Flashpoint. Armor 3. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, claimed Armor 3 footage is real. Claimed to knock out 70% of India's power with a cyber attack.
Doubt that.
Launched ballistic missiles against India's cap. The fuck? Claimed to have nuked New Delhi.
Weirdos.
Fucking hell. But it's okay because Trump's fixed it. After a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. After, when Trump retires from office, he's going to be the guy, doing announcements at the train station. It's like, oh, we found this. Thank you for your attention for this matter. Thank you for your attention. Here's the Prime Minister of Pakistan, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, saying, we thank President Trump for his leadership and proactive role in peace in the region. Pakistan appreciates the United States for facilitating this outcome. which we have accepted in the interests of regional peace and prosperity. We also thank Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio for their valuable contribution for the peace in South Asia. Pakistan believes this marks a new beginning in the resolution of issues that have plagued the region and prevented its journey towards peace, prosperity, and stability. They violated ceasefire multiple times already.
Yay.
India has announced that stoppage was worked out directly between the two countries. So according to India, they didn't hear from the Americans. So yes, this guy's like, what the hell just happened to the ceasefires? Explosion hurt all across Singar. How can she slap?
Oh, those are just fireworks.
Obviously, just fireworks.
Yeah,
nothing to
clearly.
see here, folks.
Nope. They're just celebrating the ceasefire very heavily.
Someone's getting a phone call. After Trump's ceasefire post, the Pakistani PM is out here claiming victory over India. We've won. This is a victory. Meanwhile, 12 of their air bases are wiped out, 500 plus drones and jets shot down, and hundreds of terrorists taken out deep inside their own territory. How exactly is that a win?
This is against our principles. We have been successful in our principles, and we have done the same with the enemy. Watch with a very respected nation does.
Well, they just need to send in Jack Black to fix it.
That's
Did it once before.
India and Pakistan agreed Kashmir ceasefire, but accuse each other of breaches. So they've agreed to this. They've agreed to the ceasefire, but they're both accusing each other of breaching the ceasefire already. It didn't last 2.5 hours. So
nice.
While we're on that concludes racism news. So
No outro, so you can easily find
no
it.
outro, so you can easily find it.
No,
Another
you
US
when you're cutting it up.
Oh fuck that! I'm not cutting anything up. The only I don't clip bits of the show. Nobody wants to see clips. Barely anybody wants to see the actual show.
I mean, cut it out so that it can stay on YouTube.
Oh, if YouTube gives me a timestamp, I just hit the button that automatically removes it.
It's like 5 minutes in, and then for the rest of the show, it's like
why is this timestamp so big? Another U.S. fighter jet falls into the sea from trimming aircraft carrier, U.S. officials say. So this was an F-18 making a landing. It's making a landing on the Harry S. Truman, and the tailhook failed. So the system that the tailhook that at the back of the jet that hooks on and then uses like a steam powered pulley system to slow the jet down. Yeah, it failed. So they overshot the runway and ended up in the drink.
So the tail hook fell off, essentially.
No, the tailhook system failed.
The arrestor wire.
Yeah, so he hooked the arrestor, but I think it lost tension.
Oh.
Or the
So it
steam
didn't slow
or the
down
steam
enough.
or the steam.
So it
power
slowed him
thing.
down too much for his.
It didn't slow him down enough.
No, it slowed him down too much for his full burn to get him back in the air.
No, it slowed him. It slowed him down.
To be fair, you can look at it
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm
that.
saying. It slowed him down too much for him to get back in.
Slow him down enough to stop.
If he was already hooked, then he wasn't getting it back in the air no matter what.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright.
So he overshot. So he ran out of runway and then ended up in the drink. So they were rescued. The pilot and Wizzo are fine, but But yeah, and
Wait,
it's another jet.
It's an
I'm nearly
F-18.
down
Was
the
it
train.
a training 18?
No, they're in the they're in the Red Sea. They were doing.
No, I was just saying
close
that-
air patrol.
I didn't think F-18s had two-seaters unless they were training.
Yeah, there's two-seat. There's a F-18s have a two-seater. Did you not watch? Top Gun 2
Not
or
yet.
Top Gun 1?
No, I haven't seen either of them.
Really? Okay. Yeah, because you have a pilot and a whizzer, a weapons service officer. So, yeah. So this is the second one that fell into the ocean. The first one didn't have anybody in it. It was a couple of weeks ago. The Yemenis are celebrating another victory over American jets.
From Yemen, where? Right to the same ship. Conduct attacks almost daily out here.
We can be attacked at any time in any place.
Swarm attacks using multiple UAVs, using multiple anti-ship ballistic missiles and anti-ship cruise missiles.
We have to have this thick layer.
Kenny says there's a server that I'm in that's full of globalist Europods have been very mad that Trump wanted to scale back support of Ukraine in foreign conflicts. They hate when Americans in there say we're tired of being hated for being peace police, then hated for not wanting to be the peace police, then hated for not getting involved diplomatically. Yes, you cannot win.
Are you saying
everybody hates the police? Just be the police.
That's in place 24/7, and everyone has to be ready 24/7.
Another Silverhorn and taking on for a mission across the Red Sea.
We would detect the drone 10 minutes later or 5 minutes later, there was an attack. In other words, a ballistic missile being launched or a cruise missile being launched.
Even under the cover of darkness, this operation in the Red Sea continues. But yet the Houthis are still able to attack.
Yeah, I think people undersell the Houthis' capability.
The Houthis.
You watch. This will be the segment that I have to cut out.
These are the first
Because the Houthis have used licensed audio or something.
Something like that.
No one has ever used an anti-ship ballistic missile ever.
This anti-ship ballistic missile is a game changer.
Between the time it's fired and by the time it impacts, you've got about 2 minutes to react. They're using more advanced and more lethal weapons than they were in the earlier parts of the operation.
Very sophisticated advanced weapons. He has about 9 to 15 seconds to make a decision if they're going to shoot that down. It's intense.
The day in, day out stress of knowing that we are being shot at definitely gives a realism to the whole experience that this is not a normal deployment that we are on.
Yeah, so the Houthis are basically calling you all faggots.
Call 24/7. It never stops.
No aircraft carrier has been busier in the last 5 years than the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower.
When was the last time the U.S. Navy operated at this pace?
I think they have to go back to World War II.
Oh, the Houthis are fighting World War II against them. Like, when you give them, Navy, like whoever's running publicity over the U.S. Navy, you're a fucking moron. Don't give the Houthis this fucking, talk them up and then fucking run away.
This seems like,
News last night that
I'll give us more money.
announced that they are not, or they've been announced to us at least, that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight. And we will honor that. And we will stop the bombings. And they have capitulated. But more importantly, we will take their word.
That's a good point, mate, Kenny. This is the same ship that collided with a cargo ship and is actually the third F-18 they've lost. Its deployment the first time was shot down by friendly fire by the Gettysburg. Yes, exactly. This has been a cursed deployment for the Truman, yeah.
And I will accept their word, and we are going to stop the bombing of the Houthis, effective immediately. And Marco, you'll...
Effective immediately, the war against the Houthis and the blowfish. That's over. It's gone. It's done.
let everybody know that.
It's like he's telling him now. Like, Marco, you'll let him know, right? Of course, Jackson Hinkle's like, oh, yes, so good. The bravery of the Yemenis and Trump, of course, is like, they're very brave.
But so we do. We take their word for it. It was, we hit them very hard. They had a great capacity to withstand punishment. They took tremendous punishment. And, you could say there's a lot of bravery there. That it was amazing what they took. But we honor their commitment and their word. They gave us their word that they wouldn't be shooting ships anymore, and we honor that. But so we do. We take their word for it.
So they take their word for it. All right, let's see what their word says.
نؤكد للجميع أننا لن ولن نلتزم لأحد بوقف عملياتنا العسكرية المساندة لإخواننا في غزة سواء في البحر الأحمر أو في عمق الكيان الصهيوني حتى تحقيق أهدافها بالشكل الكامل والمتمثل بوقف العدوان على غزة ورفع الحصار عن سكان. نحن لا نتعامل مع تصريحات، لا تصريحات ترامب ولا تصريحات غيره. نحن نتعامل مع واقع. عندما توقف أمريكا بشكل عملي وفعلي هجماتها على اليمن، نحن سنوقف هجماتنا، ولكن لا يعني ذلك أننا سننسى ما حصل من نتائج للعدوان الأمريكي على اليمن. لابد أن نحاسب أمريكا على كل ما اقترفته من جرائم في اليمن.
هل لازلتم عند نفس النهج؟ ستستهدفون أي سفينة في طريقها إلى الموانئ الإسرائيلية؟
بالتأكيد.
I would like to remind everybody that there have been basically no ships that they're fired at that were actually heading to Israeli ports. They just pick a fucking ship and fire at it. They don't give a fuck.
ولو كانت ترفع العلم الأمريكي؟
أي سفينة تابعة لأي دولة سواء كانت أمريكا أو غير أمريكا تتعامل مع الكيان الصهيوني سيتم استهدافها.
So their targeting has been so accurate that they fired on a Brazilian registered ship owned by a Chinese company transporting Russian fuel. So yes, they're only targeting Israeli ships. That's how fucking
Russians,
accurate.
the known Zionists.
Yes, Russian Zionists, obviously. Here's Rachel Blevins, who's an independent journalist, talking to a while he claims Yemen capitulated journalist Latif Maroof noted the US is the side admitting defeat because their war with Nasrallah proved to be the, quote, most dangerous naval engagement the US has been involved in since World War II. So they're all taking a victory lap. Like Americans are being treated like chumps. That's what the fucking action was.
Stop targeting our American ships. And those wouldn't have been targeted if the United States didn't come to bombard Yemen on behalf of a Zionist colony. So in reality,
and this is ass backwards. America's bombing Yemen because you're attacking ships in the Red Sea. Fucking Christ. Just backwards fucking ass logic. You can't fucking negotiate with these people. I've told you how to fucking handle Yemen. Israel fails to intercept Houthi missile targeting its main airport, showing the limits of US efforts to weaken the group. So yes, they targeted Ben Gurion Airport, and of course the airport had to close. A whole bunch of airlines have pulled out. So the Israelis had a response. They bombed the shit out of the main dock, the main port in Yemen. Find it.
Looks like they did a really good job of fucking up some dirt.
Well, the problem is, all you need is the threat.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know if that's enough.
Sorry, just trying to find it. It's like the fourth time they've attacked the bloody thing. Well, they attacked the there it is. So there's the aftermath of their bombing of Hodaya port. It wasn't US, UK, EU. US, UK, EU armed Israelis. So the Israelis buy weapons from everybody, which means they were bought. The US did it. Like, oh, which is the main port of entry for food, fuel, and aid to reach northern Yemen, where over 20 million people live. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. So yes, the Yemenis attacked the airport, the Ben Gurion airport in Israel. So then, in an unusual move, the IDF has issued an urgent evacuation warning for Yemen's Sa'ana International Airport. In a post on X, the IDF's Arabic language spokesman, Colonel Akvay Adre, said, "We call upon you to evacuate the airport immediately and warn everyone in your vicinity of the need to evacuate this area immediately. Failure to evacuate and move away from the places exposes you to danger," he adds.
We're nuking the area.
So the Israelis blew the fuck out of it. So that's Sa'ana Airport. Or what's left of it. So
I hope the
Israelis are done fucking around. Like they are over it.
Yeah, I hope no one was actually on that plane.
I hope half the Yemeni military was on that fucking plane. Was on all those planes. I don't give a fuck about the Yemenis at all. They are so far outside my monkey sphere. When you let these people do this shit, like when you let the Yemenis
I thought you were going to say breed.
Call their fucking shit, you invite it everywhere. You are inviting challenges. Like these people are the fucking barbarians. Do you want to watch the Roman Empire fall again? This is it. You are showing weakness. Like America is showing weakness, and it will end exactly the same way it did for the Romans.
America?
Yeah. Because America's not fucking these people up. Look, ooh, it's the toughest naval engagement since World War II. Oh, they're firing missiles at us. Can you believe it? What are you gonna do when it's China? Really? Like, what are you gonna do when it's China? This is the toughest naval engagement since when we fought the Houthis.
Turns out their shit's kind of bad based off what Pakistan bought from China.
Well, honestly, I thought that them crying about it was a, oh my God, it's the worst thing ever. Please give us more money, Congress.
Yeah, well,
that's what it looked like.
Ian says, I've been critical of U.S. involvement in things we should stay out of. Ukraine, Israel, World War poo. But I will say our defense navigation in the Gulf of Aden, Arabian Sea area has been good for business. Yeah. True. But see, if this is how it ends, it's not good for business. Because when the going gets mildly difficult, the Navy's going to run away. So, and it's all well and good to have, the Air Force.
Bring on the Marines.
The Air Force and the Marines, but you need the Navy to take them there. So the Navy is the force projection. So unless you're gonna send the U.S. Army in, the Navy has to fucking handle it. So, and so far America has shot down more planes than the fucking Houthis have. So, not to mention America, like the Houthis are just down on drones like it's nothing. I've told you how to fucking handle the Houthis. Nothing comes in. Nothing. If a plane approaches the border with Yemen, it gets turned back or it gets turned to dust. If a boat approaches one of the ports in the Houthi-controlled areas, or any of the fucking areas of Yemen, it turns around or it gets fucking scuttled. It doesn't take a lot to do that.
Like a proper embargo.
Yeah. Seal the fucking country. Seal it. Nothing in, nothing out at all. If the Iranians want to take a ship and try and take it to Yemen, it goes to the bottom of the fucking sea. Oh, it's an act of war. You're already at war with them. Fucking ridiculous. Like just it's utter cowardice, man. Like really.
Thermo just wants them to nuke themselves so they can get it over with.
Dude, do you want the Jews to take care of it for you? Do you want the Jews to actually have to fucking win it for you? Is that what you want, Americans? because they will. If you just Trump's just going to let them do their thing. So
I mean, it would be nice to
imagine
push out
being
Muslims.
emasculated by the Jews. Imagine that. Anyway. Adam
man,
Bant.
I didn't realize
Yes.
the kangaroos in the background were smoking too. Do you think changing it, Thermo?
No, I'm not. I
No,
swear to God.
everyone's been smoking.
I swear I'm not changing it. Adam Bant has lost his seat in Melbourne. What happens to the Greens in Victoria? They're done. That's what they are. They're fucking done.
Done. Get the fuck out.
I didn't bring up I wanted to do. I just realized I should do a quick check. abc.net.au/elections. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, so the ALP has 92 seats.
I know. It's
He
great.
has 40. The Greens have zero.
None.
Zero still. 8 seats in down. Let's see, shall we? Ryan. Ooh.
Oh.
Still Greens ahead, but let's have a look. What's the difference here? Oh, because it's a fight for second place, and all it takes is for this one to move to here, and then it's a fight between this one and this one, this one and this one, instead of this one and this one.
Mm-hmm.
And the difference is about 500 votes.
What?
So there's 500 votes between second and third place. So if the Labor Party moves into second place, the Greens preferences will be distributed instead of the Labor So the two-party preferred is with the Labor Party being eliminated from the third spot.
Gotcha.
I'll whisper if I want to, because it's sexy.
Also, he's got dementia.
This is an ASMR channel. Anyway, so basically all these preferences are distributed. So these ones are eliminated and then distributed. These ones are eliminated and distributed until you get down to the final two.
Yeah, I understand that. I just didn't understand what you're saying, but now I get it. Like if Labor gets the 500,
if Labor can get that a little bit further,
yeah,
because first party votes are still flowing in.
Yeah, and that's the issue why it hasn't been called yet.
And then it's not Labor preference gets distributed; it's Greens, which means Greens can't win.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
the more important thing is figuring out who's going to come second, because they're the party who's actually going to win.
Honestly, whoever comes second, like I don't care who wins as long as it's not Greens. Like I'd be happy. Like if Labor comes up one and then they win because of preferences, good. Okay. I'm
so
good
the
with
first
that.
preferences have been fully distributed. I don't think it said there should be a section that says how many postal votes have been sent out. So yeah, because here's your breakdown.
Yeah.
So the postal votes are okay. So the postal votes are splitting 27% for the Labor Party, 21% for the Greens, 43% for the Liberals.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
So that's informal. Yeah, it's about 2,000 votes informal. That's not bad.
I will laugh if Labor
out of
comes
80,000.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah. So I'll laugh if Labor comes third, but their preference flow makes it so Liberals win.
Yeah, that's not gonna. It would be funny. If
I know it's not going to happen, but still,
it's
be funny.
not going to.
Because you need almost all of the preference to flow to the Liberal, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I had a bit of a back and forth this week about absentee votes. So the seat of McCormick Michael McCormick's seat in Riverina had 10% that was informal votes, so people fucking up the ballot. So I pointed out that Fowler was even worse. It was at 13.99% at the last count.
That kind of suggests that people are purposely fucking up the ballot.
But I did some pivot table magic, and got the percentages for informal votes. So these are New South, because this guy asserted that it's due to the differences in the way state and federal elections are run in New South Wales, with optional preferential voting used in the state election, but mandatory preferences used federally. Now, I'd completely forgotten that at the state level, we do have optional preferential voting, like Queensland used to have.
As in, you can put a 1 and a 2, and then
As in, you can put a 1, or you can put all the numbers in.
Oh, okay.
So your lower house ballot can expire. I'd forgotten we do that because I've just always filled in all the numbers.
Okay.
So yeah,
So
but that doesn't.
Those numbers
that
will be so
doesn't
high because people are just putting a 1 in instead of filling out the whole thing.
Yeah, which would be an informal ballot at a federal election. So, but my thinking was, no, that can't be right. That can't account for such a massive difference. But when it comes to informal votes, like New South Wales is the top 14 slots. Sorry, top 13 slots.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because number one's the okay. Sorry.
The fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck of Cornwall doing.
So, but yeah, Cornwall is the first non-New South Wales seat that has a high informal count.
So did you do every state, every?
I took all the info. Yeah, I've got all the info. Yeah, I've got the spreadsheet. Yes, I went to the trouble of making a pivot table, which isn't really much trouble. It's literally.
I'm gonna have to look up what that actually means.
Pivot tables, you just select a block of data, and so you select the block of data, and it'll analyze it for you. So you can do like cross calculations. Because what I needed to do, so the AEC data has every candidate and the number of votes they got. And I need the percentage of the total of those votes for each electorate. And so I need to know how many votes were informal, which it has there, but I need to add together all those votes and then divide them by the total number of seats, the total number of candidates plus informal. To get the average.
Mm-hmm.
So I needed the total votes to divide the informal votes, but I needed it per seat. So that's what you use a pivot table for. So it gathers all that data together and presents it nicely. Just nerd stuff.
Yep.
But yeah, the whole list. I haven't updated the data since Thursday, but where are we this morning? But yeah, West Australia has the lowest in the seat of Curtin. 1.58%.
I was just curious, what's the average across Australia?
Oh, the average is 7%, I think it is. No, 5%, I think. Actually, I can do the average now. It calls average. Let's see. Because I did the statewide average. So the average nationwide is 5.28%.
Okay. And where do most states sit?
So statewide breakdown is so ACT is 2.42%. New South Wales is 7.76%. Northern Territory is 3.89%. Queensland is 4.7%. South Australia is 4.9%. Tasmania is 4.14%. Victoria is 3.97%, and West Australia is 3.67%. So yes, the ACT is the best, and New South Wales is the worst.
So most of Australia is sitting around the 3 to 5 mark.
Yeah. So excluding New South Wales, the average is about 3.96%.
Okay.
Including New South Wales, it's 5 point whatever I just said before.
Yeah.
5.28 is the percentage. So yeah. So I thought that was interesting. I don't know what trend. Like so my argument is no, it's not that, because you can if you look at the average in Victoria versus the average in Australia, or if you look at the average nationwide versus the average in New South Wales, the difference between the two would be what you could surmise is the amount of difference you get from optional preferential voting. So people filling out the ballot incorrectly because they think they're voting in a state election, which only accounts for like 2 to 3%. So anyway, moving on.
Well, the way you could really do it is see how many is take those electorates, those 13, 12 electorates, and see how many invalid, informal were when they do state ones.
Yeah, you can try that, but just be wary that the lines
or you
won't
just
match.
ask the ask the AEC to do some analysis on it. Because,
that too.
like I said, the
Make
seat
them
of
do
Fowler
it.
has a high non-English speaking population. So
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that same. Oh no, because federal and local seats aren't the same.
they're not necessarily the same.
So they will
Sometimes they
correlate.
are the same.
No, I was just thinking because you could see, like, if the number for that, what was it, Warren? Was the top one or something? Like that top seat. If it was down at like 4%, you'd be like, okay, there's something going on between these two seats, between the federal when they vote federally and when they vote statewide. So then that'd be like, okay, that does make sense because it's a difference in how the voting is cast. That makes sense why there's such a big difference.
Yeah, and that kind of works if it's matching
voting
the state lines match the federal lines.
Yeah, I've heard people saying that's one of the reasons too, which is possible. I'm reticent
why
to
New South Wales?
say it's all these people. It's because of all this one thing. Like there's multiple factors, but I think it's interesting that the English speaking, like if it's because it's English, it's non-English speaking, then it's the AEC needs to do a better job. So,
well, that's what I'm saying though. If it was because they're non-English speaking, that would bore out in state votes as well.
Yeah. Anyway, George Christensen, the member for Manila, says the Liberal Party didn't lose in 2025. They sabotaged their own campaign from the inside. Massive fucking cope. Also, there's this massive fucking cope.
Oh boy.
Need to be understood because the seat count is deceptive. Right now, Albanese has picked up some 87 seats on a primary vote of around 34.7%. Now, that primary vote might still bounce around a little as counting continues, but that's basically where it is. So a 34.7% primary, and he's got a pickup of 87 seats. Now, by contrast, the next best win, as I said, by Labor was right in 2007. And there, Kevin 07 picked up 83 seats on a primary of 43.4%. 43.4%. Now, that's massive. And it's a difference of about 10 percentage points on primary for about the same number of seats between Rudd and Albanese. Indeed, if I take a look at 2016, Bill Shorten there lost out to Malcolm Turnbull, but he had a primary vote then of 34.73%, and he lost. And yet tonight, as they're hailing Albanese as a Labor legend, his primary sits on 34.79. And that's a difference of 0.06% between Shorten's loss and Albanese's triumph.
Yeah, it's almost like it matters where the vote is.
Now let's look at preferential flows.
Yeah.
Because that just ruins the argument immediately.
So if you haven't felt the subtext dripping from her
vagina,
her eyes, her wherever, it's now that we lost because preferences, we don't like preferential voting.
This screams to me, it's very loud. Like it reminds me very much of when the left were bitching about Oh well, Trump won, but he didn't win the popular vote, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't count.
Yeah,
like
doesn't
fuck
count.
off. This is how
And then-
it's how we vote.
This is what fucks me off about Sky News. And if there was any fucking scruples at all over there, you'd pull this bitch aside and say, "Cut it the fuck out." You
pull your
know,
fucking head
you
in.
know full well that's not how elections are fought. You are encouraging this kind of bullshit. It was
ran
all rigged.
in
It was all
government.
rigged. It was all rigged. It was rigged. It was rigged. Oh, you're just like, yeah, it's rigged. It's rigged. Cry more. And exactly, I bet she wouldn't be saying fucking word one if the fucking LNP had won with the same fucking amount. And it's always very fucking sus to me, the numbers they use, because the LNP, they use both sets of numbers. So when she says the Liberals got 20%, no, motherfucker. The Liberals and the National Party combined got
just remember 3 parties:
40%.
the Liberal, Nationals, the Nationals, and the Liberals.
Yeah, and in
Always remember,
Queensland
3
it's
parties.
one party, and in the rest of the country it's 2 parties. Like this is it's such bullshit.
Yeah.
And this bitch is like, it always has been. And then later on, she's like, "Oh, I wasn't trying to say that we should get rid of preferential vote." Fuck off. That's you know exactly what you're doing. You can't.
No. Yes, maybe Lozzie B wasn't, but that's where Peter whatever this chick's name.
No,
is,
she straight
is
up was. This bitch is straight up like it's always been rigged.
It's always been rigged. It's like, fuck off.
If it's rigged because of preferential voting, then the solution is to get rid of preferential voting. Like some fucking retard in here was like, "That's why we should have a presidential system." So it's like, dude, bitch, it would be preferential voting for a presidential system too, you dipshit.
0.06%. And yet Shorten then claimed 69 seats. Tonight, Albanese's got 87, maybe more. So how does that happen? The key here is obviously the flow of preferences and the fact that there are way more players on the left of politics now, some being declared on the left like the Greens, some who pretend they're not on the left but are. Like-
And also, it's irrelevant what fucking position on the political spectrum they vote for. If the party is on the left or they preach leftist policies and people give them their first preference, guess what? They're supporting that fucking policy. And you don't get, the party doesn't get to decide where the preferences go. This is why I want you know the one change I would make? No fucking how to vote cards. How to vote cards should be fucking outlawed. It is your vote. You make the fucking choice. You don't get to have a fucking template from a party that says, "Oh, we want you to give your vote to someone else." No, fuck you. You don't get to do that. You don't get to hand people a fucking piece of paper that they can copy down because someone else did their homework for them. Go and put your own fucking vote.
Being too extreme. However, I'll say it. Maybe not hand them out in front of the damn polling place. But
you could put them on
how
your
to vote-
website. And if people want to look it up,
and post
fine.
them out to people. And maybe hand
No, I
them
wouldn't
out, but
even.
not at
I
a
wouldn't even
polling
allow that. Fuck that. If you're too fucking dumb to go, I wonder who the Liberal Party would want me to preference. And it doesn't matter. Like, fucking hell. Like, like Labor voters aren't going to preference the fucking Liberal Party. These guys are just salty because people who vote One Nation don't 100% preference the Liberal Party ahead of the Labor Party.
Yeah.
It splits 65-35. So preference flows from One Nation. 65% of them traditionally across most polls flow to the Liberal Party. The rest flow to the Labor Party or others before they flow eventually to one of the two major parties. So fucking have a sook. Have a fucking sook about it. Like fucking Peter Credlin, give yourself a fucking uppercut.
like the Teals, who funnel preferences in a very disciplined way to Labor. Now, this is very much what happened in the recent UK election, where Keir Starmer...
Wow, it happened in the UK election, did it? Where did those preferences flow?
Oh, they don't.
They don't, because they don't use them.
The
First
Labor
past the
Party
post.
painted the map in red, but off a very low vote share of the national vote. And this is what happened
also,
here in
that's
Australia
optional
on the
voting,
weekend.
not mandatory
Indeed, look
voting.
at this. Look at the national vote here in sheer numerical terms. You've got 4.62 million Australians who voted Labor and 4.23 million.
She's saying that she wants democracy. That's what this is. It's direct democracy is what she's voting for. What she's, and that's,
no, she's not. She wants, what she wants is to win, and that's it.
Well, no, okay, but what she's saying is, oh well, Labor got only 400,000 more, so we should have almost equal.
She's actually not saying anything. It's mainly cope.
She's alluding. She's alluding to it entirely. It's like, well, this happened and this happened. Like, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That what she's alluding to is the outcome is, oh well, then you want direct democracy, and that's fucking retarded.
She's not. But that's the thing. She's not doing any of those things. If she wanted direct democracy and said that, I would be fine with it. It's this illusion that it was rigged. This is what she's saying. She's saying, look, this is so unfair.
She's trying to.
The Labor Party only got 400,000 more votes than the Liberal Party, but that's a fucking lie.
Yeah,
because because if you put the Labor Party as number 2, that vote went to the Labor Party as well, because your intention was, I want to vote 1 for this person, and if they can get through, fantastic. I'm super stoked. But if they can't get through, my second preference, I would prefer, is Labor, or is the Greens, or is anybody.
And then
that's how it works. And this bitch, we're talking about Tony Abbott's chief of fucking staff.
Mm-hmm.
She fucking well understands how this shit works better than almost anybody. She understands how it works. She's a political operative. She's not some fucking doe-eyed babe in the woods who's experiencing an election for the first
not
time.
A clueless ditz.
But that is what this fucking propaganda is targeted at. It's targeted at people who are fucking morons, or just general people who don't pay attention to fucking elections, or this is the first time, and they're like, hang on a minute, how did Dutton lose so badly? He was supposed to win. All the Liberals were saying he was going to win. Sky News, every time I turned on Sky News, it said it was a lock, like he was going to win. How did it happen? Must have been stolen. Peter Credlin's saying they only got 400,000 more votes. How's that fair? Our system's unfair. Like, this is the intention. The intention is to bring this fucking insane shit to Australia, where we question elections, because you see the Labor Party only got 400,000 more votes. No, motherfucker. Out of all the votes, 54% of them ended up going to the Labor Party. First preferences are as relevant as the popular vote is in a fucking American election.
Yes. So true. So goddamn true.
Well, unless
it's always
70%. Like,
sorry?
Yeah. I was just going to say it's only relevant when it's, electorates. And
When it's
and the electorate votes 70-something% green or blue or red or whatever. And then it's like, okay, well, there's no point going on because it's first past the post.
Well, yeah, if the first count, it's over 50% on one candidate, then they've essentially won.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's the only time it matters. And I don't think I can remember when a party across the board got that without preferences. In the
because there's generally enough candidates to split it to there's no one gets 50% from the first count.
Yeah,
I think there's something like 8 seats that have
it's probably the seats are out. Yeah, it's like in nationals.
Preferences, like it's pretty fucking rare.
Yeah, it's like you're out in the boonies, like the national candidate,
I
something
think
like
it's
that.
like the seat. I think it's the seat of Sydney, like the seat of Grayndler. Hang on, let's see. Live results. Let's see. Margin. Okay.
Yeah, it's got to be
these are
careful
all
with
these are all
the-
two-party preferred. These are all two-party
Yeah,
preferred.
and that's what people might.
I'd have
people
to.
might get
I have to make
confused.
another pivot table.
Yeah, like people
Anyway,
might
this
get
bitch knows
confused
what she's
between-
doing. Let's watch the rest of it.
Now that's a
Right.
difference of 390,000 votes. But thanks to where they all fell and the preference flows, tonight Labor out of that hall has got 87 seats and the coalition hasn't even bagged 40. See what I mean here about perspective. Turnout too, well, that's worth mentioning. In 2022, Australia had the lowest voter turnout since the First World War of 89.82% of the electorate. Right now, according to the AEC's website, turnout's tracking at 77%. So to put that too into perspective, that's a massive drop that says voter engagement in our elections is falling fast.
Yeah, whose fault is that,
So this
bitch?
is why you need perspective and analysing election results. You've got to know how to read the numbers because in the end, for all the spin, the numbers are key. Which brings me to the other things that need to be
she
about
reads the numbers and tells
Yes,
you
the
what
Labor
to think.
lies were a big part of it. And the handouts, the hundreds of billions of dollars spent buying the support of voters.
Like, what was it? 25 cents off the fuel excise and another like tax offset. Like, let's not pretend that this is a one-sided thing.
Yeah,
Also,
you just sucked at it.
So 6.2 million versus 5.1. Like, fuck you, you piece of shit.
Yeah,
A lie.
I want Rupert Murdoch to die so that some random person gets to fucking dictate all this shit now, because it has to be better.
It's going to be one of his kids.
Bullshit spin that these fuckers push now.
And the buy, I call it. But
and the Liberal Party should want this too. The Liberal Party should want Sky News not to spend every day fucking polishing their knob, because that's what makes you fucking weak. Because when you don't have to face up to an adversarial press, and both sides should always have to face up to an adversarial press, Labor has to do it all the time. If you've ever seen a fucking Labor candidate on the national broadcaster because they've got the balls to show up, fucking the ABC does not treat them like they love them. They treat them like they fucking hate them. So, and it's the same for the Liberal Party, but they don't show up. So Peter Dutton was missing in action on the fucking national broadcaster. Wouldn't show up for fucking 7:30 report. Fucking barely showed up for anything. But he was on Sky News all the fucking time. So if you need to run to a fucking hug box, then we're talking kindly about Labor again. A very comedy stream tonight without Tim. Well, yes, Tim's in Melbourne, so Tim's soaking in the Greens cope.
Like Tim's in harder commie land.
This is the thing. It's like steel. When the fire, like good steel, is forged by fire. If you don't like go into the fire, the steel will be weak. So, and it works the same for the Americans. The Democrat candidates are piss weak because they don't get pushback. They don't have to fight. They don't have to argue with the media because the media is in the tank for them. It is the flip side here. Australia is a country where the media is in the tank for the Conservatives. It is the mirror, like when it comes to media environment, it is the mirror of the US. In the US, there's Fox News and there's Right Side Broadcasting now, and there's like Newsmax kind of. But here, it's all the major newspapers. It's the major television networks. It's the single cable news network.
And I think we've already explained it previously, is that the news comes from the print to radio to the news.
Exactly.
On TV.
So, And even the if you think, oh, but you've got the Guardian, right? The Labor has the Guardian. No, the Guardian supports the fucking Greens. Same with Crikey. Crikey's another one of the left wing magazines here. It supports the Greens too. They're all pro Greens. They're all pro Liberal or pro Greens. This is the thing. Australia isn't far left or far right. We're in the fucking center. And like it or not, the Labor Party is a centre-left party. They are closer to the centre than they are the left.
Yeah.
So, and the Liberals tried to win an election in a country that is very centrist by running further to the right instead of I don't know, saying climate change is real. The Liberal Party has been getting fucked by the Teals on one issue alone. Fucking climate change. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the one issue they've been getting fucked on. And they lost 12 seats to Teal, 12 blue ribbon Liberals since the beginning of time seats to Teal independents because
and only one back
they've been the anti-climate change party. And it's dude, do you want to win or not?
Apparently not.
Fucking Christ. You can take a conservative position on climate change and still appeal to those voters. You could say, yes, okay, look, I don't know if climate change is real.
Yeah,
I've seen evidence for, I've seen evidence against it. But what I can say is the rest of the world has embraced it. And if we don't, we will be left behind. We will be a pariah.
Mm-hmm.
So we should do what we have to under our obligations, and that's it. We've agreed to these obligations. We should follow them. That's it. You don't have to fucking go hugging trees everywhere.
No, you always
have to accept
that.
reality. You can approach this from a conservative position, but they refuse to. They're like, oh, nuclear. We'll go nuclear. Yeah, bitch. If you'd done that 25 years ago, we might have believed you.
It might be online by now.
Yeah. Fucking Christ.
It would be a big mistake.
Aussies beat the Palestine. We have a new champ. The Aussie beat the UFC champ. Oh, UFC.
And Aussie won the UFC. Okay.
Oh, yeah. There we go. That's good. This fits with Aussie news. UFC 315. Jack Della Maddalena creates West Australian sporting history with epic title triumph.
Very nice.
The state's first UFC champion. In a 5-round fight against Bella Muhammad at UFC 315 in Montreal on Sunday. 20-year-old Perth fighter won a unanimous decision with all 3 judges giving him the fight to crown him the first ever UFC champion from West Australia. Good job, man. That's fucking great.
Nice.
Anyway, let's watch the last few seconds of this.
To make that everything. Now, it was something.
And then we can move on before my heart explodes.
Not everything. That's because a loss of this magnitude can't be put down to just one reason. You don't lose like this without it being a failure across multiple fronts.
I agree, but what you're pointing out has nothing to do with the reason why you guys lost.
Oh, it's a cope. It's a fucking cope, and she knows exactly what she's doing, and I hope she burns in hell for it. Speaking of burning in hell, woman doused friend in fuel, set him alight for misogynistic comments, court hears.
This was in Australia?
Walpole, this was in Australia. Poured fuel on her friend and set him alight after he made a misogynistic comment. The court heard Miss Walpole suffered from depression and substance abuse.
That comment.
I didn't realize that was
get back into the kitchen.
Yeah, a woman who angrily doused a quote old friend in petrol and set him alight. Oh, petrol, fuck. Petrol's bad for those people who've never been set on fire before. If you're going to be burned by methylated spirits, because while it burns hotter, it'll burn with a blue flame. It doesn't burn as long.
Yeah.
Whereas petrol burns a lot lower. So a metho fire will burn you quickly and will kill the nerves. A petrol fire will not. also it sticks. So yeah, just FYI. So if you're making napalm, use petrol. Actually, use diesel. No, don't use diesel. Doesn't the gas is starting to light. Yeah,
it's a mixture. You need to mix it
get the
properly.
right balance.
Caro
for making misogynistic comments was suffering from depression and substance abuse. Oh, substance abuse.
Isn't that all
Her
white
victim,
women?
Jake Loader, was 23 when he was found with life-threatening burns at a southern New South Wales home in How Long on January 7th last year. Walpole tearfully appeared before the Albury District Court today, expecting to be sentenced. Their lifelong friendship between Walpole and Mr. Loader became strained by antagonistic behaviour between the pair in the hours before she set him alight, the court heard. Mr. Loader and Walpole had been partying in How Long with friends and returned to her backyard at about 5 a.m. to keep drinking. Most of the group was heavily intoxicated, and Walpole had consumed cocaine. Ooh, that's always a good combination. And Walpole described Mr. Loader as being antagonistic towards her throughout the night, trying to wrestle her and wake her sleeping boyfriend. I was feeling overwhelmed by his presence. I didn't know what to do. Her anger then flared when Mr. Loader told her she should stay in the kitchen making scones where she belonged and not go drinking with the boys.
Right.
She left the table where they were drinking to collect a 5-litre container of petrol from a garage, poured it on Mr. Loader before waving around her lighter. Mr. Loader said, "Go on, do it," before Walpole set him on fire. Fucking Jesus Christ. According to the Walpole, had been in a relationship at the time and that it had left her feeling trapped and depressed. They're abusing drugs and alcohol from late 2022. There's no really excuse. I mean,
no.
Burns to 55% of his body. He was in an induced coma for 8 days, spent 74 days in a burns unit at Melbourne Hospital, the Alfred, and underwent 10 operations. I spent 14 days in a burns unit, and underwent 0 operations. Because as my wife says, I am basically the Wolverine. So Mr. Loader can no longer expose his skin to the sun and struggles with temperature regulation as his sweat glands were burned off. Jesus.
Oh, come.
He also lost income, and financial pressure was put on his family who traveled to be with him. This attack did not only hurt me, it hurt everyone who cared about me, his statement read. Jesus.
Should be sentenced later this month.
Right to jail. Right to jail.
Yep. Right to the kitchen.
Right to the kitchen, yes.
So she was found
See,
guilty.
if she'd stayed in the kitchen, none of this would have happened.
Exactly. Should have made those scones.
Anyway, that's Aussie news. Done and dusted. The Atlantic posted this article this week called the Partisan Mind Virus. Dismissing evidence that a politician might be unfit for office is as much a mistake for the right as it was for the left. So now they're trying to turn them being blind on Biden as to the right being blind on Fetterman.
What?
So now they're going at Fetterman.
We called it out. The only good thing is you got better.
Yeah, that's right. What's more, the thesis that woke staffers are sandbagging the boss with bogus concerns has trouble explaining why the strongest piece of evidence comes via the letter to doctors from Gentleson, who scolded Democratic staffers who criticized their boss on Israel. The thing about being a staffer is that no one elected you to represent them, he posted on October 2023, and has publicly urged his party to defy progressive peer pressure groups. The right-wing critique also fails to explain why Fetterman's staffers refused to ride in any car he's driving. If their disagreement was ideological in nature, remaining in his employ while engaged in a targeted boycott of Fetterman's driven vehicles would be a very odd form of protest. Fuck you. Oh, Stephen L. Miller says, you can't even look at yourself in the mirror, but at least we all know it. Old New York, so this is from 2022. Old New York Times, John Fetterman is totally fine. New York Times, we really need to question Herschel Walker's mental health. And to which the author of said article replies, quote tweets, Fetterman is suffering a temporary health problem while Walker is obviously stark raving mad.
You didn't know it was temporary.
Hypocrisy. And then the New Republic followed up with, look who's suddenly supporting Fetterman after those damning reports. Andrew Yang says, if someone had a stroke and then was treated for depression and then had unusual car accidents, and people were concerned about his health, I'd be inclined to believe them regardless of the person's politics.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then how come Dasha Burns did exactly this in 2022 and you all turned on her like a pack of hyenas? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We all remember it. We all remember like, oh no, he's fine. Just because he needs a device to read things out for him doesn't mean he's disabled. He's just suffering as a disability. Don't diss my ability.
Yeah. We know. We weren't gaslit by you guys.
I mean, it's not temporary anymore. You soulless hack. Yeah, exactly. They're trying to get rid of Fetterman. They're trying to get rid of John Fetterman.
Well, because they don't agree with him.
Yeah, because he's vehemently like pro-Israel. So
because he recovered and he has opinions that they don't like.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's do some gaming news.
Yes.
The lesbian lead character. Libs of TikTok, go fuck yourself.
So we're having a baby. I mean, we and also I guess Jesse here. It was Jesse, right? So we're all having a baby. Holy shit. I'm gonna be a dad.
Fucking hell.
Like, look at that fucking Habsburg chin. Like, seriously. Fucking Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is director, which is apparently taking the Discord by storm. I think all of you have like been playing it, or maybe just Tim and Costa.
I played it.
Oh, there you go. RC's played it as well. Reveal he made the game because he was bored at Ubisoft. Most of the core dev team were juniors who had almost no experience making video games.
And that's probably a plus these days.
Yeah. It's also tiresome. Civ 7 releases an expansion trailer with Black Mongols.
96 years, victory is ours, and it is the wish of our leader, Melvin.
Like female Mongol.
We shall call this land Puddington.
And of course, all the troops are still Mongols.
Why Puddington, my lady? Melvin 392's glorious sweet tooth craves sugary spoils. One more turn!
One more turn. Now build something you believe in.
No, I'll stick to Civ. I'll stick to Civ 4.
Civ 6 is fine.
6, 5. I actually did start replaying Civ 4, and I'm like, oh, so good. Because with the Civ 4, it's a lot more militaristic, where you have to build units and actually build stack of dooms and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I just terrible.
I know they lost their way. They lost their way.
Since we've got a new pope, I've wanted to spin up Crusader Kings 3 again.
I mean,
play as the Papal States and take over the Middle East. Anyway, Donald Trump says rebuild and reopen Alcatraz. For too long, America has been plagued by vicious, violent, and repeat criminal offenders, the dregs of society who will never contribute anything other than misery and suffering. When we were a more serious nation in times past, we did not hesitate to lock up the most dangerous criminals and keep them far away from anyone they can harm. That's the way it's supposed to be. We will no longer tolerate these serial offenders who spread filth, bloodshed, and mayhem on our streets. That's why today I am directing the Bureau of Prisons, together with the Department of Justice, FBI, and Homeland Security, to reopen a substantially enlarged and rebuilt Alcatraz to house America's most ruthless and violent offenders. We will no longer be held hostage to criminals, thugs, and judges that are afraid to do their job, and allow us to remove criminals who came into the country. Oh, I'm very tired, as you can hear. came into our country illegally. The reopening of Alcatraz will serve as a symbol of law, order, and justice. We will make America great again. So yes, Trump wants to reopen Alcatraz. People dug this up, which I thought was funny. So this, make note, this is the 6th of May. What you will note is that guess what was on TV in South Florida on Saturday night? The 1779 Clint Eastwood epic escape from Alcatraz. The film aired on WLRN TV, a public station that serves all of Southwest Florida, including Palm Beach.
Nah, just a coincidence.
Just a coincidence that Trump was in Mar-a-Lago
watching the greatest
when
movie.
Escape from Alcatraz was airing on television, and suddenly decided to reopen Alcatraz. Just happenstance. So anyway, I thought that was funny.
That is pretty funny.
That's very good.
Oh, you know what time? What time it is, chat? It's time to talk about Nick. Some of you may be aware, some of you may not be aware, but C. Goody, one of Nick's major sweepers, has died. He has died. It appears he is the supposition is that he died from an overdose, a drug overdose. He took the drugs. Maybe Nick's forays into drug use had encouraged C. Goody to try drugs. So everybody's surmising that it is an overdose because contributions in his memory may be made to Never Surrender Hope, which is it says here, focused on providing hope while spreading awareness about substance use disorder. We strive to lift the fallen and help the hurting when affected by this disease. So yes. So you can view the In Loving Memory book, or you can buy it. Let's have a look at the book, if there's anything interesting there. So condolences from April Anderson, Kayla Ricada, Joseph Neerman, Kalia, Kurt
Ricada.
Mueller, Nick Ricada. Here's Joseph Newman says, "Shalom and rest in peace, Corey. You were always a mensch. I wanted to plant a tree or donate in memory of you, but you know me and money."
Yes. Thank you for living up to the stereotype.
Honestly,
April Anderson says, the warm memories of Corey feel like a summer's eve. Kayla Ricada says, "Rest in peace, Corey. I will always love you. I will never forget our long conversations or the time we would together, or how you and Drexel would take care of me when Nick had to travel to the city to buy medicine for Audrey Rose. I will never forget you."
What does that mean?
That's got to be fake. No, hang on.
Of course these are fake.
Go back one.
Yes, you
The
skipped
one above
over that.
Kayla.
Yes.
From Energy King, from all of us at the resort. Rest in peace, brother. I missed that one. I love you, Corey. I will always love you. I'll never forget our long talks of the time we would spend together when Nick. Yeah, that's the same one. Kurt Mueller says, "I will always have that pizza casserole recipe to remember you by. Good night, sweet prince." Nick Ricada says, "Rest in peace, buddy. I'll be sure to have a drink in your memory. Thank you for everything." Crin Pomplin says, "It's so hard to say goodbye, Corey. The tip you gave me helped me save the lives of children. I'll also cherish the memory of countless meals we shared at Denny's, even if the entire menu is still Greek to me. Hopefully you've got to have one last grand slam to take to heaven. Rest in peace."
Oh my God.
Ronnie Ralph says Corey was the closest thing to a real son I'll ever. I think this one might be serious.
I think yes.
Surrounded by really fucked up ones.
buy one of these books. Yeah. Dude, someone should buy one and send it to Nick.
$70 though?
Yeah, that's a bit steep.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's fucking. Well, I suppose they would be one-off prints, or they might
Exactly.
print 5 at a time or something, and I hope like shit someone's. But that fucking $70. I'd buy one for the shits and giggles if it was like 30, not 70 though.
Yeah.
Like,
that's the issue. Because it's not mass
Corey's
produced.
girlfriend. So yes, that's gestures of comfort. Oh. Donations to Never Surrender Hope. So yeah. C. Goody has passed away. Rest in peace.
January.
Rest in peace, Sweeper.
Yes.
Let me just. So Nick did
Rest
make
in
comment
peace.
on it.
You chose the wrong team.
Yeah, you chose wrong. He chose poorly. I forgot to list his name there for a second. Like, what's the fucking channel called? Just have to find the video. Where is the C Goody? There we go.
Justin DGBZ, can you give a toast for C Goody? I've been trying to figure out when to do this. I don't know if I can. Yet. Give me a minute to think about it. Yeah, for those who don't know, C. Goody, a moderator on the channel, we just found out that he passed away in January. So I've been trying to think of when a good time to do a good, proper tribute to him is.
See, that's the Lord
And I'm
took
not
the
sure
wrong
when that
mod.
is.
The wrong mod.
We'll figure it out at some point.
Yeah.
It'll take Grifty.
Remember when he could just do toast on command?
Yeah.
That was when he was.
Exactly.
Tank.
Remember
when
when
he
he could
was
just do toast on command? Yeah. It's astounding. He's so brain dead now. It's yeah. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's anything else interesting. I mean,
we can cover the fat man.
The fat man.
Yeah.
Got Sean up on top.
Oh, the sandwich enthusiast.
Yeah.
That's 30 minutes long.
Oh,
No, I
got
did.
time.
So Nick was at Hackamania, which was Melton's cash grab. This is the AI summary of the his trip to Hackamania. So it was held in the Plaza Hotel in Vegas. The Scrumper uses as a shithole. Organized by Melton and had low attendance between 40 and 80 people, mostly older men.
Ooh.
The main content appeared to be Nick presenting screenshots of text messages and photos related to Aaron Imholte. Users shared links to snipes of the event as the official stream was paywalled, and Melton was reportedly striking down unauthorized clips. There were mentions of Baumert Melanite Paypig allegedly flashing a gun, and later rumors of Milky Bella 420 brandishing a firearm. Oh, lovely. Nick's revelations and onstage behavior. Nick shared text messages allegedly from Aaron discussing his feelings about April, another Polykill member, his career, and preferring April to his kids. Oh. He also shared text between, his kids don't give him sex, so.
That we know of.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch that.
He also shared text between himself and April featuring what the users called erotic roleplay, where April described Aaron allegedly eating Nick's semen goo off her chest. This was widely interpreted by forum users as Nick's own fantasy or April trying to please manipulate him. The cuck fridge, a mini fridge Aaron bought for Kayla, Nick's wife, was reportedly displayed as a trophy. Nick was observed with his legs bouncing nervously, a common sign attributed to drug use or anxiety. He was also seen in a bar, potentially violating probation. He performed karaoke to apparently empty room with song choices analyzed as reflecting his feelings about April or Aaron. Forum's reaction and commentary. So this is generated from the Kiwi Farms. So cell phone. The overwhelming sentiment was that Nick's presentation made him look worse, pathetic, gay, used as an insult, and cucked than Aaron. His obsession with Aaron was seen as stemming from narcissistic injury because Aaron left the polycule. Hypocrisy and poor judgment. Users pointed out Nick's hypocrisy in criticizing others while associating with and being part of a group exhibiting similar traits. His decision to attend events, even missing Mother's Day and his children's dance recital, was heavily criticized. He didn't miss Mother's Day. He was back by Saturday. Probation and parenting concerns. Nick's presence in the bar and general behavior were discussed in light of his probation. His past on-stream drug use, Whippets Nitrous, was recalled. Oh, yes, we should... the
Whippets.
We should watch that video. So, where was it? Why? Where is it?
The compilation someone made.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm just trying to find. I might just have to. God help us all. I might have to play the. I might have to play the Ricada Isn't Sober segment on. If there's a segment on Maddie, I'll use that. Maddie. Because, well, there we go. Ricada Isn't Sober.
Ricada's back on stream. And, you know what? I'm going to go a little bit out of order here. No, I'm not. Because apparently I did not load this
Thanks,
up.
man. I'm not a mother,
Okay,
but my wife is.
So this is his view count. When he made his triumphant debut on YouTube, he got almost 6,000 viewers.
And it's everybody's
And
Mother's Day.
and
The
it's
Mother's
kind
Day
of
is a
dwindled.
global.
He's now under.
It's on the same
goes
day
down
every
every
week.
time he streams, and now it's about 1,600, and it keeps going down. He's covering the Karen Reed trial, which I know nothing about. I haven't watched it. I don't really care. However, he's running into his old. And I guess he just pick up the Pope hat again, and he would be live streaming and making enough money to actually support himself as per before. All he had to do was just get back onto it sober. However, the super chats say a different story. He's streaming for multiple hours, and he's getting fewer than 20 super chats of less than $100 per stream, which is really bad. Like, that's not even enough to justify the time. And it's in part because he seems to be extremely bored throughout the entire trial. So he's pulling numbers, but it seems to be people that are just hate watching him and are not supporting him, probably because his child tested positive for cocaine. So this is one clip. He is still sharing too much information. This is him talking about his Adderall prescription. I'll play about a minute or two of this.
Was your narcolepsy medication a gateway drug for coke? No. And are you still allowed the prescription coke? You mean the narcolepsy med? Yeah. Modafinil. I have that. I also have Adderall. Just a tiny dose, though. It's funny. A retard suggested.
He's aware of
That to show up in the test. The other thing that he's doing is speculation, and it's a little bit more insidious. So this has been going on. The few brave people willing to actually sit through his live streams have taken the enormous labor of clipping the shit out of his boring ass fucking trial coverage.
Yes, we salute you because it means you have to watch the fucking show.
Yeah.
And let's watch it together, Joe.
May 3rd transcript.
I'm back. Yo, YouTube's doing the weird thing where its view count starts skyrocketing even though they're not here.
What the fuck?
Hi to the not real people.
He's
So
either
yes,
high
Nick's-
or brain dead.
Nick's doing whippets, or he suffered a stroke. So
Whip it is.
whip it good. Hypocrisy and poor judgment, and users pointing out Nick's hypocrisy and criticizing others for being overweight while associating with being part of a group exhibiting similar traits. His decision to attend the event, missing Mother's Day and his children heavily criticized. This is what I was up to. His past on-stream drug use, Whippets Nitrous, was recalled, and a user compiled a video of him going off camera during a stream. Revelation that Polycule members Nick, Kayla, Aaron, and April were allegedly doing coke naked in the bathroom of Nick's house, while his children were present, horrified users.
Yeah, but how else do you do
evidence.
coke?
Yeah, I
Naked
mean,
in a
don't you?
bathroom?
That's like the on the side
Best
of the
way to
packet.
do
That's
it.
the recommended way of doing it, naked in the shower.
Yeah.
Credibility.
Or while building firearms.
Yes. Credibility of the quote-unquote evidence. The shared texts were largely dismissed as unreliable, likely curated, fabricated, or taken out of context by Nick. Financials. User discussed declining revenue streams, with one user calculating he made $354 from super tips in one stream. The Hackamania event itself was deemed a low-profit venture. Nick's decline. So someone's been counting the super tips as well. So not the super chats, but the super tips. Nick's decline. His diminished mental capacity compared to his past streaming persona was noted, particularly concerning his coverage of the Karen Reid trial. Many commented how Nick's public discussion of these events deeply humiliated his wife, Kayla. He doesn't care about her anymore. That marriage is over. Like, it sucks, but it's over.
It's cheaper to keep her.
It's over. Yeah, exactly. It's cheaper to keep her. Someone automated counting super tips using ChatGPT. God bless them. God fucking bless them.
God bless AI.
God bless autists, especially the 5-year-old ones. Some users thought Aaron won by letting Nick self-destruct, while others question why Aaron didn't pursue a restraining order, because it just gives too much attention. Here's Nick. Here's photos of Nick tearing up karaoke.
Oh, it's not him doing a very bad racist.
Well, he's doing it to an empty
comedy
room,
set.
So. Here's a clip from the event. Well, actually, let me rephrase. Here's a clip from Mersh watching a clip from the event.
Oh boy!
Of course, Grifty is jerking himself off over it because he's like, "Oh, receipts dropped." It's all right, Grifty. We'll sign your death book too.
Yep.
I'm smiling a broad smile. I can still see my sexy body splayed out on your bed, my chest covered in your cum going down between my
Oh no.
I can see him climb on top of me, not to fuck me, but to lick me clean. To save that for later. But you taste like heaven. I couldn't blame him.
Mersh is having another stroke.
Or is orgasming thinking about Nick's cum?
The fuck was that?
No idea. So Nick was Nick returned to Minnesota. He is back in the bunker. He says, "I'm sitting with her right now. Told Melton from the start I had to be home Saturday morning." Yeah, Nick really looks like a piece of shit showing these DM sex, and then they're DMs with fucking like April. Like, you're a lawyer, man. That's not evidence. Yeah, I think the Kiwis are correct. He looks worse in this than Aaron. Yeah. He's sexting with a woman who isn't his wife about how the other guy in his polycule like is licking up his jizz. Like that's pretty fucking gay. Like,
is Nick so low? Like, is he gone so low that he has to try and win over Aaron?
Yeah.
Like, is he?
Oh,
he's
Aaron.
that bad
Aaron
that he has to win?
exists. Aaron exists in his soul. Like, he cannot countenance the fact that Aaron was there doing drugs with him the whole time, and then finally Aaron was like, "No, you know what? This is fucking nuts. I'm done with this. I need to walk away. You need to stop too, Nick. Like, you need to fucking pull up." And Aaron did it. Aaron walked away from his fucking wife at the time. Like, sacrificed his marriage to get away from there, because he could have just as easily stayed and Nick's
Would have
fucking
been arrested.
Nick is so molding over the fact that he got away scot-free. He got away with a $50 fine.
Yeah, it sounds
Yeah.
like, honestly, it
On a
sounds
Trump-
like
on a
Nick
trumped-up
is
charge. Like,
is a jilted lover.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nick is so. Nick loves this is the thing. The opposite of like. So when you like, he's not. He should be indifferent to him, but he's not. He hates him. He hates him with the same passion that he loved him.
It's so true.
So-
Oh yes.
He's obsessed. He wants to possess him. He wants to punish, or if he can't possess him, he wants to punish him for leaving him.
He wants to feel Aaron inside him.
Because Aaron,
Again.
he blames Aaron for it all falling apart. Like in Racket's mind, everything was fine when it was the four of them. Everything was good. Everything was great. They were having fun, and then Aaron had to get all like, oh no, I can't do these drugs. Like this is getting a bit insane. Like maybe you need to slow down, Nick, on the cocaine. Like maybe don't get my wife hooked on something else. Maybe put down the ketamine. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
So and now it's like, he's left me.
That's great.
If they were all swapping back and forth, and Nick at some point licked Aaron's goo after he blasted Calla. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be real, guys. Nick is always in the polycule for Aaron. We could see it in the hot tub stream. Nick was more into Aaron than the girls. Nick pumped Calla full of 5 kids to prove he wasn't gay. Yes.
Because that's how it works.
He feels betrayed. Like he feels betrayed.
Like I said, a jilted lover.
And because he's facing the consequences of his drug use and the polycule, Aaron didn't. Aaron got off scot-free. Aaron did all the same. It's not fair. Aaron did all the same stuff Nick did, and he doesn't have to fucking not drink for 5 years.
No,
he doesn't have
that's
to
true.
have this sword of Damocles hanging over him. It's
But
not
he did-
fair.
Well, yeah, according to Nick, it's not fair. But the difference is that the stuff that Aaron did go through with his
Divorce.
ex-wife and the divorce and child protective services and all that coming to his house, he didn't publish any of that.
Yeah.
Aaron didn't
Nick didn't
blast all
publish
that on the
any of
internet.
that too. Like Grifty was like talking about how Minnesota Public Records like released all this stuff. It's like, dude, you know the stuff you're pointing that Minnesota Public Records released wasn't released by Minnesota Public Records. Like, dude, it was the court. It's public record. Like you're a fucking idiot, man.
Yeah. It's only some of it that just got sealed after the fact.
Yeah, like the guys are dead shit. Like seriously.
Nick just wants his
Right.
lover back.
Yeah.
I'll talk about Aaron, not April.
Well,
It's like my
to be
Siemens
fair-
sold more tickets than your stand up.
We
Everyone's
do have
recording
indication that
Melbourne.
he is
Isn't
still
funny,
looking at
isn't funny
still
live
visiting
off the cuff of these
April.
first events. More than 5 people have DM'd me that were in attendance. They also said Bocata was very cringe on the panel. Yeah. Because like Nick can only talk about himself now. Yes, Minnesota Public Records is not equal to Minnesota Public Records. Yeah. Like my Siemens sell more tickets than your stand-up. What does that even mean? Like you would, it wasn't you. Like
It's a gay joke.
Like it doesn't even make sense. It's gross, but that was fucking funny. Hi chat. Of course it's gross. It should have remained private, but a butthurt dork decided to ruin that privacy. Dorks should be bullied, so I hear. But
you're the one
it
who-
was private between you and April.
Wait, you're the one who told us?
You released it.
Didn't he stream it? Isn't that why someone released it? Because it was streamed?
Yeah. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about, you absolute moron?
A butthurt dork released it. Yeah, that was you.
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Milton presented a final goodbye letter to Aaron that Aaron wrote to April, where he admits to effortlessly falling in love with Ricardo's wife and confesses he acted like a monster. Nick gave the letter to Patrick. And of course.
So we're going to go through this letter that Nick has so generously provided us of Aaron M. Holt and the last thing he.
Imagine this. Imagine your life being so utterly pointless that you obsess to the point of hiring a venue in Las Vegas and selling tickets so 40 to 80 people can come and sit in a room at a casino so you can talk about a letter that one cuck got from a woman who was the cuckoldress, sent from another cuck who happens to be some failed radio host in Minnesota, who has 6,000 I think
don't get
how many fucking viewers does Aaron have?
Not
I'm about
enough.
as relevant as Aaron at this point.
Not enough to warrant the number of A-logs that are
the
go after
A-log
him.
ratio is just unfathomable. And they're all over here jerking themselves off of this letter.
He ever wrote to April. Here's a picture of the entire letter. He taped her wedding ring to it. He was completely done at this point.
She left this behind at his house. She cleared out the wardrobe and then put this ring down. And after this, he started calling
And
it
this lispy
my
queer
ring.
Australian.
I've been a bastard. I've been harsh to you when you needed support. I've guilted and punished you when you begged for mercy.
What in the hell?
I've broken your spirit just to keep my own world intact.
Spiraling. And remember, this is April 2024. In December, we learned yesterday, he said he had a barely burning career. Now
I stopped being the man who helped us save each other. I took both of our feelings for granted and didn't nurture them. I lied to keep the wolves from our door. My lies hurt you because it showed I didn't trust you to walk beside me as my partner.
What is this hole in the paper? April shot it. She took it out hunting.
I made sure you sat in the back seat for everything. I got mad at you for leaving instead of being mad at myself for being a man that needed to be left. I loved another woman effortlessly and did so in front of you. What's worse is I didn't have the balls to just say so. I've been a liar. I've been a monster.
End of letter.
I just want to point out this shows an incredible amount of self-reflection.
Yeah.
And awareness.
Awareness, yes. This doesn't make Aaron look bad.
No.
This is an apology. This is hey, I've fucked up. Aaron, our entire marriage was just me being a piece of shit. I'm sorry.
Well, not even that. It's him
Here,
saying,
you're free. This is
since we
literally him giving her wedding ring back, just saying, hey, you're free. You're free to go. I loved another woman effortlessly and did so in front of you. What's worse is I didn't have the balls to just say so. And
that's an
these people
apology
think
letter.
this is an own. These people are retarded. These people have the emotional maturity of a turnip.
Of teenagers.
No, teenagers have some level of emotional maturity. I'm saying these people are basically inanimate
I don't know
objects.
about that.
Yes, this doesn't make Nick look good. That Nick,
No.
how fucking out of your mind does Nick have to be? Is Nick that he thinks this makes Aaron look bad? What does that say about Nick?
Well, look at the people he's hanging around with.
Yeah, pedophiles.
I just, I thought Nick had a higher EQ than this. it appears that his emotional quotient has gone to zero. Mick Kenny says, what we learned from this is that Aaron has terrible handwriting. Yes. I'm not gonna shit on Aaron for bad handwriting. If you've ever seen my handwriting, it is worse than this. I should have been a doctor. What we learned from this is that Aaron has terrible handwriting. He has feelings that he was open and honest about and took ownership for his faults. Yeah, this doesn't make him look bad.
Yeah.
See, Nick and Melton are going for the look. He has feelings. He's basically a gay woman.
Loved another woman effortlessly and did so in front of you. What's worse is I didn't have the balls to just say so.
Why is that worse? It shouldn't be.
I've been a liar. I've been a monster.
Aaron M. Holt.
Yes, a big round of applause for Aaron.
That is Hackamania. Nobody likes onions. Thank you guys so much for watching the show.
Yeah. See if there's any other Hackamania clips here. Just absolute fucking weird shit, man. Here's the climax, so to speak, where Ricada Law exposes his private text messages. Okay, let's.
You had left the room at this point? Correct. Yeah, you'd done your business. You're like, all right, moving on, other things to do.
Yeah, I think they were both cleaning up.
I probably went to the bathroom, like a normal man. So he used April to Londa You'll Come. Like, that's what that was about.
Aaron's basically a tissue.
How often? Almost every time I ever had sex with him after you wrecked me on your birthday.
Oh, God!
Those bloody sheets keep Aaron coming. He brought it up all the.
Okay.
Whoa!
Yeah.
What? Whoa! Back up!
She was a virgin?
What did you do to this poor girl?
Oh, yay!
How often? Almost every time I ever had sex with him after you wrecked.
I said the same thing about the handwriting. I just about exactly. This whole Hackmania thing has doubled the amount that I want him to fuck up his probation. Yeah. I'm slowly turning into an A-log. I don't want to be a Nick A-log. I want the old Nick back. I want him to fucking figure his shit out. But I think that Nick is dead. I think that Nick is dead.
He never existed.
No, he did. He did. I refuse to believe that it was all a fucking ruse. Like it was all just a ploy. He's not that smart. I think when Nick was saying the stuff he was saying prior to all this, you joined the dark side there, Mo. No, I'll never join you. Never. Like I do think he was sincere. But I think the problem is, look, most people think they have strongly held beliefs. And they get to go through their entire life believing that they have strongly held beliefs because those beliefs are seldom tested.
Yeah.
Nick had his beliefs tested. Nick had his espoused beliefs tested, like his like absolute freedom of speech, like all of his beliefs were tested. And he has found out that the things he thought he believed, he doesn't actually believe. Because when it happens to him, it's different. Like we're all hypocrites in some way. Some of us just admit it.
Yeah.
So,
nah, the signs were there.
I think this, like the signs you're seeing were gradual decline. That is a good point. Kenny says, notice that Nick doesn't even have a seat at the table under the lights. They squeezed him in between the cuck fridge and the edge of the table, out of the way.
Like a cuck.
Remember when you thought he was a trad dad? Yeah. And look, he talked the talk. It seemed like he was walking the walk. So it really did. So I think he broke bad. I think there was a point. I think you could draw a point into. You could draw a line of a point in time where he broke bad.
Yeah, and I think that's when he got the loan for the sex dungeon. When he put the other house up on remortgage.
Lemon Party says during the Eric July saga, it became obvious that even Nick's legal opinion changed depending on whether he likes or dislikes the target. Yeah, that's exactly right. But this is after this. The Eric July stuff was after he broke bad.
Yeah, but I don't remember.
Yes,
I don't remember during Eric July saga.
Before there's like before hedonism and after hedonism, and it's not necessarily the trip to hedonism. It's the stuff before that led to the trip
worst
to
day in his life.
The worst day in his life, which I'm almost certain one day he'll probably reveal it, but I'm almost certain is the like Kayla revealing she had this emotional affair with the guy from Star Trek Online, like the Star Trek game, not Star Trek Online, but yeah.
No,
the gacha
better one. Yeah, the
like
crappy one.
The crap one, yeah.
Which is wild.
That I think is the worst day of his life. Like he's discovered it or she's revealed it. And I think that broke him. I think that shattered his, because Nick had like I said, most people have this view of themselves and they it never gets challenged. Nick viewed himself as this trad dad who had a wife who loved him. Everything was fine. He was doing it like the job he loves. His wife and the nanny, like helped take care of the kids and the home. And he was a good dad and attentive and gave advice to people. And he had fans and friends and all this stuff. And he was building a whole thing. And he was successful in his own right. And he didn't need help from mummy and daddy. And, you know, he was internet celebrity. And then this one thing happens that sort of shatters this psychological foundation he has, that his wife loves him and wants to be with him. Because I mean, let's be real, Nick was either driving the kids or streaming for a long time there. There was very little time he would have spent with his wife at all.
Yeah.
So that takes its toll after a while. Like I've said, throughout Dep, she would have felt like a fucking single mum with 5 kids. So because he was doing the entire day, he'd do media hits and he'd also do the fucking night show.
Which was crazy.
And then he'd sleep. He'd sleep off the alcohol and then get up and do it again. So, but I think the cheating, her cheating on him emotionally, not physically, was the thing that broke him. That shattered his psyche. It made him realize that, wait, I'm the one committed to this marriage, not her. She's not committed. She doesn't actually love me anymore. And then he's gone, well, okay, if that's how it's going to be.
To support your
argument,
and then
the spiral begins.
Just look at his tattoo he did shortly after, oh God, I think it was like 2023. The I Will Be Us tattoo.
Yeah.
On his shoulder.
Yes. Kind of saying that I will be the relationship. I will support, like, be the bolt in this relationship.
Yeah, I'll be the granite upon which this house is built. Again, he says, remember, he was very much against using drugs himself because he didn't like how it made him feel, or he said so for a long time. Then all of a sudden started popping gummies and talking about MDMA. Yeah, and all of this is after, like, Kayla trying to cope by using gummies, and like it all just spiraled, man. Like it all just fucking spiraled. Lemon Party says Nick's spiral with drugs and degenerate behavior is his way of getting back at Kayla for her betrayal. Yeah, I fucking spot on. I think that's it. I think that broke him, and he's like, "I'll show you."
Or the degeneracy stuff was her, like, him being like, "This has really hurt me." She realized that, and then she's turned around and said, "Look, whatever you need to fix this, let's do it."
Yeah, maybe.
And then he's gone in and gone, right, okay, what can I do? What can I get away with? Because he's drug addled. He's like, what can I get away with? Oh, we can go to hedonism, we can do this, we can do that, we'll start a polycule, all that crap. Spiraled from, I honestly think that it was her saying, yeah, let's make this work. Yeah. And that's what spurred it on. Essentially giving him a green light to do whatever he wanted.
Oh, it'd be interesting to be a fly on the wall of the. I guarantee there's an argument. There was a big fucking argument.
Oh, more than one.
Yeah.
That's not a one-day argument thing. Like,
yeah.
It would have been brewing
it's
inside
pretty-
him. It would
it's
have
pretty
come
clear,
out.
It's pretty clear she was hurt. Like, sorry, she hurt him. She hurt Nick, and that's why Nick has no compunction about doing this stuff, about publicly embarrassing Kayla this way, because old Nick would never have done this. Like, because if you watch when Kayla was on stream with Nick, he's very uncomfortable when she says stuff that embarrasses her.
Yeah, and he was very protective of her.
Yeah, which is understandable. Like that. Yeah. So I of course, I think I'm right. I might not be, but I think I'm right.
To me on your birthday.
What'd you do to her on your birthday?
Wrecked her. I just had sex with her. Like, but it was different than how Aaron does it, apparently.
Well, yeah,
How
he doesn't
often?
use
Almost every
Voldo.
time I ever had sex with him after you wrecked me on your birthday, those bloody sheets keep Aaron coming. He brought it up all the time, and we'd have to fuck as soon as he brought it up.
This is a room full of people. Like getting off metaphorically, yeah, of dudes, of predominantly dudes.
Fat dudes.
Getting off over sex chats between two unrelated parties.
What's really sad is every time he brings it up, it's a knife into Kayla.
Yeah.
And their marriage.
Yeah. Oh, their marriage is an empty husk.
Every time he brings it up, it's like, oh yeah, I fucked April. Like, there's another knife. It's like, you're right. He clearly has stopped caring about what Kayla thinks.
Yeah, they're going to stay together for the kids.
Yeah. And the youngest is what, 6 now? So he's got another 12 years?
Yeah.
If he survives that.
Yeah. If he's not in jail for most of it.
Jail or
Man, I
dead.
wonder what Nick's cock is doing right now. Let's go fuck!
That's another thing too. Imagine
Now,
the next
hurry
kids
before I
see
lose
these
it!
Hakamani
Little
spots.
booty, get up! Little booty, get up!
You know, what's funny is like that happened. They had to pull over the car because they started talking about it while driving.
And he had to get road button.
He had to give her the small business.
He had to put the kickstand down.
So the final piece of context, it's not contained in these text messages, but it wasn't just how he would start or initiate sex with April. He started to have trouble finishing with April. It wasn't just how.
So, the evidence. By the way, Aaron blocked me on YouTube after I super chatted him that he looked into your eyes as he licked it and that he smiled. I'm glad there's one other human out there besides me that values humanity and treats people like I do. People, I'm smiling a broad smile and still see my sexy body, yada, yada, yada. Can't wait to talk to you about his need to hear about my big cock, laughing my ass off. I'd rather look into your eyes than anything else in the world, babe. They're like a pretty ocean. Mine even has an island, though. Man, I feel like I haven't been honest with you about something and how it's how fucking often he needed to ask me how your big cock felt, pushing you to me and how he felt. Oh, God, fucking Christ. I have an insider scoop on his sex, porn fantasies, and a theory. I've never talked about it before, so I'll have to tell you sometime. Almost every time I have sex with him, yeah, because fucking.
Or initiate sex with April.
Lemon Party says it's one thing for there to be rumors on the internet about your dad, but it's something else entirely for your dad to be openly talking about the degeneracy he engaged in. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this whole thing sounds like it comes off as Nick just bragging about how good at sex he is and how big his cock is.
Nick's got 5 kids. I guarantee you at least 2 of them are going to be recounting the story to a fucking therapist.
He started to have trouble finishing
Guaranteed.
with April. And the way he solved this was to ask her mid-sex about sex with me, and he would insta-cum every single time.
Wow!
Yeah.
I don't even have words.
I don't know that I believe that. I mean, I don't know about other men, but if you don't have, like, almost every man should have a thought or a place in their brain they can go to finish if they're not into it. Because if you're like, I don't know if it's a married thing, but sometimes you're not into it, but you do it because it's your job. and sometimes you need to finish. So you just have a place you go in your head where
Your happy place.
Your happy place. You go to your happy place and you finish. You get across the finish line.
Yeah, and it's not just that. It's like sometimes you start and you just no longer into it halfway through, and you're like, "Fuck! If I stop, the mental crap that's going to happen in her head is going to be crazy." So I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna keep it to myself, and I'm gonna just get the job done and tell her I love her. And it's like
think exactly. Think about how women are like, oh, he doesn't care if he's made me come or not. Imagine what a woman thinks when she can't make a man come.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So like that's psychologically
harsh.
speaking. Like so, yeah. If you're a man who's ever had sex with a woman, and not been into it, you've got a place you can go to get the job done.
Yeah.
So
you're gonna have to.
They were talking about not wanting to sex up the wife. Someone tell Mrs. Thermo. Well, I'm sure she's got a place she goes to as well. So men can fake it just as much as women. It's easier for women to do it because they don't have to nut over something.
Yeah, they don't have physical evidence.
There's no visible evidence. So
Tukey's choked up.
I'm sorry. You
Please
opened
made
the
him come.
You did this. This was your question that
Yes.
led us here.
No, I can't.
God, that guy's lispy, queer Australian, New Zealand.
You sure he's
voice.
Australian? He sounds New Zealand.
Sounds New Zealand. I'm going to say he's New Zealand just because I don't want to claim him.
Yeah.
MLC's resident psychiatrist known as the Sorcerer. I don't know who that is. Show more replies.
This backs up.
Oh, he's the cuck.
This is crazy. This backs up the hacking.
Man, I feel like I haven't been honest.
That's
with you
exactly
about
right. Nick didn't
something.
even get a seat at the table
And
while a
it's
literal
how
puppet
fucking
sits front and
often
center.
He needed to ask me how your big cock felt pushing into me and how.
So they've pre-rendered all this stuff, like already, in April's voice. So because same, like fucking weirdos.
How he bet it fit perfectly inside me, even though it was a stretch.
Oh Jesus! Cock!
Well-
Cock!
They had to render it in her voice because if they didn't,
I feel like I haven't been honest with you about something.
all
and
the
it's
guys
how
in the
fucking
crowd
often he
would be
needed-
listening to one of them reading it off, and they
Yeah.
could go home
That
and
would be
jerk off
weird.
You
to
can't
that.
jerk off to that.
How am I supposed to finish to that?
to ask me how your big cock felt pushing into me and how he bet it fit perfectly inside me, even though it was a.
Oh, he doesn't love April. He's using her. So
Well,
she's
one part of him probably still does.
Any port in a storm, mate, Canny. Any port in a storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nick only cares about himself. Yeah. According to Nick, April gave him permission to share all these texts. Sure, she did.
Yeah,
Sure, she did. I believe
Even if she
you.
did, that doesn't make it any less
how
scummy.
often he asks?
Yes,
or needs
yes.
to know?
Yes, we
Yes!
So after
How often was it? Hold on, Carl. Go ahead.
You gotta fucking ask that question.
So after he would read Kiwi Farms about you, what kind of porn did he go and watch after that?
Every single time it was cuck porn.
Wow. I wonder why.
Cuck porn. Come on, Nick.
How often was it?
Glad
How
we
often
waited
was
for that
it?
one.
I could have
He's so
just done
up to
that.
date. Good question. This is interesting.
I have an insider scoop on his sex/porn fantasies and a theory. I've never talked about it before, so I'll have to tell you sometime.
He's fucking gay. I'll summarize the conversation.
Just
He's
like
fucking
Nick.
gay,
Nick would know,
and he
yeah.
misses me.
Before or after he came inside Nick.
Question? Yes. Does April know that you're sharing these texts, or do you?
April gave me permission to share this story a long
Yes!
time ago.
Thank you, April. Thank you, April.
Hey, April, when you come on this little piggy, make sure it's on my channel that week.
So this is like, it's sort of like it recasts the cum eating from being like the cucking to he just really wanted to eat cum. Like it wasn't cuck.
Like a vampire.
I cannot explain it. Like I have theories about why, but he just walked up, looked her in the eyes, smiled, and started licking.
So
So April was the middleman in the situation. Like,
yeah.
I can still see my sexy body splayed out on your bed, my chest covered in your cum, going down between my pretty tits. I can see him climb on top of me, not to fuck me, but to lick me clean. Maybe I wanted to save that for later. But you taste like heaven. I couldn't blame him.
Oh no!
This is the the bit that makes you go, okay, she's full of shit. She's just doing it to get Nick G'd up, so to speak.
Yeah, this sounds like a massive ego stroke for Nick. This whole thing, Hackamania is just an ego stroke. Like,
no, these text messages were just a.
Oh yeah, they were, but him going.
They were to get Nick going, like absolutely aggressively.
Nick's read them. Nick's read these texts probably 1,000 times.
Oh yeah. Oh, make no mistake. These texts are where Nick goes.
Yeah, and now he's got an entire crowd of people jeering behind him.
What a hype man April is.
Dude, that's a great little fridge. I was thinking like one of those Xbox fridges, like Ricada's got, or the little fridge I've got next to me right now. That's like a
healthy.
That's like a full-on mini fridge.
Yes, that's probably got a compressor in it.
The little one I have next to me has a compressor. Like if I point the microphone at it, you can probably hear it. Hang on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can hear the so it's like, it's kind of a bit annoying when I'm relocate my office to the other room. I'm gonna have it further away from me so I don't hear it all the time. But yeah, that's like a full-on fridge. And Nick and Aaron bought that for Kayla. Like all Nick ever bought for April was cocaine.
I think we need to hear her read that one again.
There will be no refunds.
Yeah, exactly. How is it known that Aaron gave them a thoughtful gift?
Jesus.
This is the thing. Like I said, these people are the emotional intelligence of a turnip. Like,
because we could call
they
it.
don't understand gestures.
It's hilarious. It's
he's a cock. He's a cock. He's a cock.
Fucking hell,
dude! He fucked your wife too. What does that make you?
Oh wait, a cock.
Holy shit! No.
But I didn't love her.
April, what was that?
Aaron says he didn't love April anymore either. In the letter you're fucking reading.
I'm smiling a broad smile. I can still see my sexy body splayed out on your bed, my chest covered in your cum,
playing
going
this
down
again?
between my pretty tits. I
They
can
are.
see him climb on top of me, not to fuck me, but to lick
Nick's
me
ready to
clean.
fucking
Maybe I wanted to
spooge all
save
over
that
the
for
table.
later.
Oh no!
Oh, he's going to be making a special stop Saturday afternoon on the way home.
Oh yeah.
But you taste like heaven. I couldn't blame him.
No! I'm sitting next to the most proud man in the world right now.
This is so fucking funny.
Maybe your cum tastes like Celsius.
Again,
the fuck?
Aaron went
Is
on
this-
Kino
Oh my
Casino
God.
and told tales out of school he never should have told.
And most of them are far, far exaggerated.
Yeah, none of yours are exaggerated, Nick. Not at all. But I bought screenshots of text messages.
Wow.
The conversation.
Look, you always go to the source.
Yeah, that
I
would be
can't wait
funny.
to
I'm making this as Aaron just start streaming with an extra chair in the corner of his studio and call it Nick's chair.
Talk to you about his need to hear about my big cock. Limau.
Limau.
I can't wait to talk to you about his need to hear about my big cock. Limau.
I'd rather look into your eyes than anything else in the world, babe. They're like a pretty ocean. Mine even has an island, though.
These people are retarded. I don't even know what they're talking about.
She's in love.
She's in love.
She's
She's
a
a
girl-
girl. She's a girl in love.
I included all the cringy love stuff because, like, that's part of the conversation.
Right.
And if I took it out, it would be a little weird. Like,
Is the island in her eyes?
Oh.
Is the island in
She
your
has-
eyes come? I'm confused.
no, she has blue-green eyes, but in one of them she has like a brown sort of spot in it.
Oh, okay. She's got a my grandfather used to have one. Had one.
Oh, what?
It's a It's where your iris sort of is like has like a spot on it. It's like
or like lopsided.
No, it's
Just got a different like spot of color.
Dichrome something.
no, the dichromism is where you have a blue eye and a green eye.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's the separate eyes.
I'm just asking Grok. It's an iris for iris nervous. No, that's not it. I forgot what it's fucking called.
So
Never before seen photos. Ricardo Law posts racy pics of Aaron Imalte in bed and Hackmania.
We do have one more photo. I think this is my favorite photo in the whole bunch, ladies and gentlemen. Hey! Hold on, you're not seeing it. You're not seeing it correctly.
Yay! Finally, some sexy man time. Yeah, those are some new
I just have to point out that Aaron at least has some definition in his shoulders.
new thumbnails for Pretty Antisocial. You're welcome.
Not much. More than Nick.
When I get you into this bed,
Nick
you
has
better
none.
beg for mercy.
Nick just has points where the limp noodles attach.
Business. It's business time.
Yes.
Giving
the
those
face you see before extreme disappointment.
Ladies and gentlemen,
who's going to
sexy
come out his
man
glasses?
photos.
What I want to know.
These are the sexy man photos.
Polycule origin story. Post private text of steel toe showing he encouraged April to come out of her shell about having sex with Ricardo Law.
Emotionally. As far as any hesitations with April, I wish I could think of some ahead of time. What her and I have is incredible physically and emotionally, and this has only accentuated that. I know she is very into you, and I love that. I really had to bring her out of her shell to feel free in bed, talking about you and understanding that I find it sexy.
Oh, no! No, you cock! You cummy bear cock!
Aaron thinks it's sexy that Nick fucks his wife.
That's a good point.
He had to
Lemon Party
convince
says no,
her
that
to
Nick
talk
didn't
about
say
it.
Aaron's tales were
And
lies.
what
They
is
just
he
said they were
saying?
exaggerated.
This has only accentuated that.
The foursome.
Also, did he get permission for this?
So wait, does this happen at this time or is it before
I
that?
doubt it.
Before that.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
safe
he's
bet.
just getting ready here. He's going, yeah.
He's
From what I
so
understand,
excited for the prospect of what's about to happen.
he's groomed her.
Yeah.
He's proud of the fact that he's groomed his wife into like cheating on him. That Nick guy has a pretty big cock.
Yeah, because he's in love with
He's gonna
Kayla.
suck that. Have you
Yeah.
seen his YouTube numbers?
He wants to fuck Kayla.
Cup the balls.
I'll give you my wife.
200,000 views on a stream.
I love that he could not think of any hesitation. I don't know why this would go wrong. I don't know.
I can't see any problem with this. But that's right. That's a good point, Kyle. Like he's convincing her to do this more. Like she has trepidations, and he's like, I think it's hot. I've run all the scenarios through my Moody graph, and yeah, everything checks out. We're good to go. Let's do this.
I just get this vibe with you that you are incredibly respectful as a lover.
True.
And that's why I even felt comfortable with this. I know she is in good hands, and you will treat her well.
Oh no! Wait.
The man's a prophet. What can I say?
Can I just repeat something I think is very important? There's no way Nick Ricada would be showing us this, and we wouldn't be having this presentation without the Kino Casino episode, where he went on and divulged all of the secrets, as if like no one else was gonna have anything else to say. I remember the time going, "You fucking idiot! You don't think that Nick's gonna one day talk about what you did?"
And I'm funnier than him.
We'll see about an upcoming text.
This is incredible.
Like,
I know.
I don't know
It's
that
just-
Nick's funnier than him. Like,
No. We've got empirical proof of that.
yeah. Anyway, that's about enough of that. So yes, Hackermania is over. Nick has returned to the cuck cave.
Follow us in 2 weeks' time, where he
Nick thought it was hot that
fails on
Aaron
the
fucked
test.
Kayla. We heard about those peeks through the crack of his door. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's kitties. You are dismissed. It's enough for this for this week. I'm sure there's more about Ricardo, but yeah, that's enough. 3 doors down, frontman Brad Arnold has revealed he's been diagnosed with stage 4 clear cell renal carcinoma that has spread to his lungs. In a half a video shared on May 7, the 3 doors down singer told fans, "I have no fear, but it's going to force us to cancel our tour this summer."
Oh, I'll be there to hold his hand.
Of course, 3 doors down is getting. He's getting like Reddit is of course the Reddit scum.
Reddit
of
doing
course,
Reddit
celebrating
things.
Daddy Trump can pay for his treatment. 3 doors down performed at Trump's first inaugural celebration. I'd say they made it political first. Fuck off, pricks.
No.
Reddit scum. Fuck you, Reddit scum. Speaking of which, the last 3 episodes of Andor this week. So, if you haven't been keeping up, it is getting better and better, which seems impossible. But yes. Columbia students describe intimidating library takeover as masked protesters praise Hamas. So this may seem like we have traveled back in time, but it never stopped. Never stopped. These people are still fucking protesting because I guess Colombia is supporting Israel somehow. I fucking hate these people.
Yeah.
Just deport them.
Hang on, that's all you got from that one?
What?
There was 3 parts to that.
I know there was like the 3 next door clips, but I don't care.
No, there was 3 parts to that story, not 3 clips. It was part 1 where they stormed it, part 2 where they locked them inside and wouldn't let them leave, and part 3 where they were
they broke into the library.
Yeah.
Then they blocked protesters who broke in. Show your ID or be arrested for trespassing.
Mm-hmm.
And then pro-Palestine protesters are pleading to be let out of Columbia University, which they invaded. Lol.
What's the worst that's gonna happen if you let people in, man? What's the worst that's gonna happen? What is the worst? You're gonna hurt people, man. You're gonna hurt people. So you're creating a person So you're getting people physically harmed.
I want stormtroopers with blasters to open up.
They'll just miss.
No. If you've watched Andor, they don't miss. Must watch Ninth Circuit Judge Consuelo Calaban blasts woke Kappa Unified lawyer for saying that first graders shouldn't have the free speech rights to express any lives matter while being taught about BLM because first graders aren't sophisticated enough.
About issues that can be racially charged. I mean, if you want to talk about Black Lives Matter with adults, intermediate school, or whatever, there are going to be discussions. People are going to talk about it because not everyone agrees to what the exact meaning is of that, whether it's historical or what, it's going to. So if you do that in first grade, isn't it to be, if all inferences are that her drawing was in response to what you introduced in the curriculum with 6-year-olds, right?
Partially, Your Honor.
Well, she didn't draw that in. She drew it in Black History Month when you were telling Martin Luther King stories and Black Lives Matter stories, right?
So the record below shows that, or evidences that Black Lives Matter was what was taught. All lives or all lives matter was not within the curriculum, not taught. Bibi even testified that was something that wasn't taught. She equated all lives with, or any life with all lives
Why is
matter.
this entire
That was
appellate
not
court
something
women?
that was taught. There's also nothing in the record showing that MC
Because we suck as a nation.
subject matter. Her drawing happened when you talked about it in Black Lives Matter in class, right?
That is the record below, Your Honor.
Okay. And you agree
But Black
that
Lives
the
Matter
drawing
doesn't
is
mean
speech.
only Black
Yes,
Lives
and I
Matter.
think what we're talking about is the sliding scale of the rights of a principal to regulate the speech of a first grader versus a 12th grader versus a higher level student. We're not dealing with first graders who are engaged in discussions in the marketplace of ideas. First graders are supposed to be learning to tie their shoes. They're supposed to be
Well, then
learning.
maybe then you don't give a Black Lives Matter course to a first grader. Maybe you teach tying shoes.
Also, the First Amendment applies irrespective of whether you are having a sophisticated dialogue or not. If it only applied to people who are having sophisticated dialogues, it wouldn't apply to pretty much anybody.
Yeah. Means we can dismiss the retards.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, part 4, as Baldo said, Columbia University suspended more than 65 students after a pro-Palestine protest, shut down the main campus library earlier this week. Should have been expulsions.
Technically, there's a part 5 where they actually cleaned it up and it looked pretty much good as new.
Well,
so the damage that they did, fucking nothing.
Trump administration considers suspending habeas corpus.
Ooh.
Whatever. Fucking useless BBC website. The Donald Trump's administration is actively looking at suspending habeas corpus, the right of a person to challenge their detention in court, one of US's top presidential aides has said. Stephen Miller, White House Deputy Chief of Staff, told reporters on Friday that the Constitution allowed for the legal liberty to be suspended in times of rebellion or invasion. They're really playing that invasion card.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
Yeah. And let's be real. The Constitution doesn't say that can happen. So habeas corpus was suspended during the Civil War, but it was never tested in court. So we've no idea if it's constitutional or not. And most people who've like spoken about it over the years have argued that no, Lincoln wasn't actually constitutionally allowed to suspend rights in the Constitution.
Well, if you suspend the right for a person to challenge their detention in court, that suspends everyone's right, does it not?
Well, the idea of habeas corpus was that suspending habeas corpus was that you could just arrest people and detain them without charge.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. If they're actively looking at suspending habeas corpus, the right for a person to challenge, that means it's suspended across the board. It's not suspended for illegals. It's not suspended for
everybody. Yeah,
illegals. It's suspended for everyone, which is not something you want.
Yeah.
It's suspended. That's bad.
Yeah, you're trusting people to go, well, it's suspended. Okay, well, but we're only going to do it for the illegals. Everybody else is going to.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Be fine. It's like, man, it's fucking concerning.
That's a dangerous.
I don't think the Trump administration should do that. I think if they do that, it's doing what everybody has said that they were going to do. So
yeah.
Anyway, the GOP, higher GOP, has endorsed Vivek Ramaswamy for governor.
Oh, that's where he is.
So I would like to point out
that's where he is.
That the election isn't until 2026, and the primary isn't until 2026 as well.
Oh.
Oh, God.
So I guess they're not having a primary in Ohio.
Apparently not.
I said this is basically a preview of the 2028 Republican presidential primary. It's going to be whoever Trump endorses. And damn the voters, because it worked so well when the Democrats didn't let anybody choose. So Lauren Gooder reveals she's having her heavy breast implants removed and can't wait to go back to a natural look. But she admits they were perfect before, but now make her look big.
Who?
Yeah, so that makes it look it looks fat. I think it's someone from Towie.
Well, her face is fucked up.
The Only Way is Essex. It's a reality show in the UK.
Oh, that's probably why I don't know it.
This is a YU article. What do you expect?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And they don't look too bad.
Yeah.
I think that's a before. Oh, I know.
Pictured on Toei in 2010.
2010.
This is
Yeah, so
before the implants. She got them done 11 years ago. So this is before the surgery in April 2011. And that's recently. So she's got to get them removed.
She looks
So
chunky in that one.
Yeah, so she put on weight. And obviously getting fat changes the way your boobs look. Like, just ask any woman who's ever had a kid. So, anyway, American surgeon records herself doing a peer-to-peer call with United Healthcare trying to get a patient surgery approved. I have things to say about this after the video.
Hey, it's Dr. Potter. Can you just tell me your name one more time? I'm sorry, you won't give me your name? I don't understand the relationship. I'm just asking for your name so that I know what doctor I'm speaking with. If we're doing a peer-to-peer, I just want to know who you are. So United won't let you give your name out for security reasons. Can you tell me what specialty you are? Did you do breast reconstruction? You did not do breast reconstruction. Okay, is it her plan that's not allowing her to have this, or United? Does she have a plan exclusion? Can you send me that evaluation? Like, can I see their reasoning and thought process when they've reviewed the literature to see what they reviewed? I mean, you understand this is this patient's one chance to have sensation preserved. And I do think that it's very reasonable to do this as a fellowship trained microsurgeon. I think it's very reasonable to dissect out the fourth intercostal nerve and to graft that to the dermatosensory elements on the nipple to try to give her this chance. Yeah, I would just love to see where United has gone through that data. I mean, I'm a physician, I'm a doctor, and I feel like I'm making a medical decision for my patient. It seems like United is making a medical determination about this. And I don't exactly know how that works, right? Seems like they're practicing medicine. I just want to read it like a paper, right? And see what the references are so I can understand. Can you email it to me? You're not allowed to email it to me? It's an internal resource. I mean, there's data from 2023 and 2024 showing that this is effective. Yeah, I really would love to read that and see what United is using as the data to support that. And this is her only chance, right? Okay. Yeah, I'll do an internal appeal. Yeah, and I appreciate your time. And I'm so sorry that y'all aren't allowed to give out your names as a fellow physician. Like, I would love to be able to talk to you like you were a peer, but it's crazy. Yeah. Well, best of luck to you, and I appreciate we will appeal. Thanks. Bye.
So what I have to say about this is mixed. I think it's shit that they deny this stuff, but let's be real. They're talking about a surgery that would be very expensive, that is not life-saving. What they're talking about is she's had a breast reconstruction due to cancer, and it's essentially an elective procedure to potentially save nerve feeling in the nipple. So I understand why insurance denied it, because it's not life saving. That's as soon as the faster people need to understand. Insurance is like, so it's like if you used your car insurance to try and get your car detailed. So
depends
I respect
on depends.
Well, not even that. It'd be like using your car insurance to upgrade your headlights.
Literally.
No, seriously. After an accident,
yeah.
it's like after you're like, oh well, I don't want the standard ones, or I don't want. Yeah, it'd be like
no, not really upgrading them. It's replacing them with ones that work just as well as the previous ones, which is probably a bad analogy, but like I said, it's an elective procedure. Of course, it was going to get rejected. It's not about life. This particular one is a bad example. It's not about life-saving procedures. This is an elective procedure. Yeah, it would be elective in our system. It would be elective in the UK system.
Well, okay, it'd be like putting a spoiler on you.
Was faked.
So
it'd be like putting a spoiler.
No, I don't think it was faked. I didn't see much pushback, but there was pushback.
I just When you
people
don't
are dumb
hear
as
the
shit.
other
The doctor is
side,
annoying and self-aggrandizing. If you stop and actually listen to the video, what she's requesting an insurance company is correctly denying is an additional, totally unnecessary to surgery where she dissects a nerve and then grafts it so that, drumroll please, the woman can still have sensitivity in her nipples for sexual pleasure. That's the only thing nipple sensitivity is awarded. Yes, insurance companies don't cover that. Also, the doctor thinks it's important. She could do it free of charge. By the way, shit like this is part of the reason why insurance costs are so high. So, insurers do cover nerve-sparing surgery in men so they can pee straight and keep sexual function. When a woman wants to fill her chest after cancer, it becomes not medically necessary. Yeah, try reading your tweet twice and you'll see why. 2 examples. You need nipple sensitivity to pee to have sex. Other people paying the United shouldn't cover that. Stop defending plastic surgeons. They're all about the dollars. Yeah, and look, it's tough. I think it should be. I think there should be a system where it doesn't cost as much and it should be covered. But that's not the system. That's not the system that exists over there. So, like, if you want to pay out of pocket, you should be able to pay a couple $100 and get the surgery done. Like, it shouldn't be.
Like paying for the lab time to grow the.
Well, no, they take it from a cadaver.
Oh, okay. I thought they were grafting.
No, it says in summary, dissecting out the fourth intercostal nerve and grafting it or capitulating it onto the nipple areola complex is a surgical technique, particularly after breast surgery. So, plenty of women like it's not life threatening. If you've had a breast implant where they remove the nipple, where they go around the areola and they stuff the implant in that way, which personally I think is the worst fucking way to do a breast implant. Like, I think it's ridiculous. I think it should never be done. If you're going to do any, you go in laparoscopically through the armpit, like, these are for teardrop implants, and you put it in and then you inflate it and then you seal it off, or you go in underneath. You do the under breast insertion where you slice a little line under the line of the breast. And you stuff it. You put it in underneath, and then you fill it up. You sort of jam it in there.
And hope for the best.
But yeah, women who've had those surgery, like those implants where they take the nipple off completely, they restore blood flow, but nerve feeling almost never works. Because they have to restore blood flow, otherwise it'll fall off. But the nerve endings are disconnected. They don't worry about connecting them because you need to do microsurgery for that. So yeah. I've ranted about healthcare in the US before, so you'll know my feeling about that. So apparently, Linda McMahon sent a savage letter to Harvard informing the university they're cut off from federal funding.
Ooh. Nice. Get fucked.
Robert De Niro's son has become emotional.
Sorry in advance for being very awkward.
Embracing his identity as a whammon.
Extremely camera shy, and I'm not used to, recording videos of myself.
And with that hairline, he's transitioned to a black woman.
He's gay.
I thought we were out of the racist zone.
We were out of the racist zone.
We never left. We
never thought I was out. They pulled me back in. This should have been in the migrant zone, but anyway. Logan Farico, a 22-year-old from North Carolina, was fatally shot in Columbia, South Carolina. During a home burglary while visiting friends, the suspect, Andrew Dickey, fled the scene, committed multiple thefts, and was later arrested after setting a home on fire. What a charmer. Fucking charming.
Yes.
So, did this say this? I can't remember if this was he an illegal? I think he was, but it was in a different article. Oh, God, I got the yawns. Anyway, President Trump called on Colorado to free Tina Peters. I think Tina Peters was the she organized. Maybe I'm wrong. Radical left Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser ignores illegals committing violent crimes like rape and murder in his state and instead jailed Dana Peters, a 69-year-old Gold Star mother who worked to expose and document Democrat election fraud. Okay, so this is the woman I'm thinking of. She released like documents that she should have. It's kind of bullshit. Like, whereas in Australian hospitals denied operations for not taking unproven vaccines, then judges ruled that could be a requirement because Trump advocated drinking bleach. Judge had no idea. Fuck's sakes. Ridiculous. I am hereby directing the Justice Department to take all necessary action to secure her release. The FBI is going to raid a prison in Colorado.
Please do.
This woman immigrated from Brazil 25 years ago and proudly became an American citizen.
I moved over here from Brazil, and I'm pretty much Americanized by now, in case you can't tell. It's been over 25 years. I'm now a proud American citizen, and I have worked hard to adopt this country as my own and become a valuable part of this community. Let me introduce you to the word, which means to adopt something as one's own and become a part of it, which is what's supposed to be your job as an immigrant. So that means that I can come over here and introduce you to some cool stuff like Guaraná and Farofa, but I'm not supposed to be coming over here and be an invasive species. That's not the reason I came. I came here to be one of you. If I thought Brazil was so much better, I would have stayed there. Someone explain to me why I am expected to respect and abide by everyone else's customs, literally everywhere else in the world, everywhere else I go except here. Oh, but some people are fighting political persecution. Okay, well, if your land and your country and your culture and all that's so much better than we are, then you stay there and you figure it out and you fix it. That sounds like a you problem. Basically put, if you're not coming over here to assimilate like me, you need to stay right where you are. Period. Full stop.
Based.
And would.
Indeed.
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
You wouldn't?
I think no, yeah. I think I've said this before. Like, that's how it should be. Like, keep what's good, but you're coming here. You need to embrace the culture. We're expected to do it everywhere else. Why is it such a one-way fucking street?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a few days after the revelation that Mike Waltz was using an Israeli Signal clone to archive messages, the app has been hacked. It took the hackers 15 to 20 minutes to expose the unencrypted archives, including CBP data. These are not serious people. Link below. Here we go. So here's the screenshot of the app. So obviously, if you need to archive data from Signal, there's no built-in way to do that because it's encrypted between the handset that sends and the handset that receives. So if you want to capture messages, you need to do it in one of two ways. You either need to run all the messages through a client that then grabs the messages at the source and then archives them. The other way you can do it is every message that you have with another party is actually a group chat, and an archiving account is also a member of that group chat. So every message is a three-way message, and that's how you can achieve that. The company the government in the US has decided to use is an Israeli company called Telemessage. And they don't encrypt the data at the back end at all. So they have access to every message that was sent on their Signal app. All of it. So great work.
Oops. Oopsie doozle.
And people figured it out by seeing this. Verify your TM Signal pin. So TM is obviously telemessage. Telemessage, yeah. Team is telemessage, and so that's their own. They do it by capturing it at the client end. So they all use Signal, but it's not it uses the Signal protocol, but it uses a different client. So yeah. Great work. Supreme Court has sided with President Trump, allowing the transgender military ban to go in effect. So that's prior to them ruling on the full thing. Rep Rosa DeLorio, this fucking weird hag, was in. Scott Bassett.
Of the failure of FEMA. Where is the evidence of the failure of FEMA?
Congresswoman, we still have claims
not
open
Bassett,
from Hurricane Katrina.
Christy Nome.
We have fire claims that are still unpaid to people who said they were due them 7 to 8 to 10 years old. They have never been paid by FEMA. But one of the worst things that the federal government can do is to stand up in front of the American public and say, we will be there. We will walk alongside you in the most horrible time of your life.
So yes, so FEMA has outstanding claims that date back to Katrina.
Jesus, that's so
Like,
That's rough.
That's a long time.
Getting to 20 years now.
Yeah. The Federal Reserve has not cut rates and is keeping its benchmark lending rate steady at 4.25%. So
cowards.
Trump very mad at the Federal Reserve now, which is funny because it's his own fault. Because the Federal Reserve is like, well, we're going to keep rates on hold because if we need to, we might have to slash them really hard if the economy starts to tank. So we need to keep our powder dry. And it might tank because of tariffs. So, because this quarter will look great. Everybody brought as much purchases as they could forward. But the next quarter is not going to look as good. So, unless something happens. And I know Trump signed a trade deal with the UK. Whoop-de-doo.
What the fuck did the UK make?
Scones and tea, which Americans don't drink. This was hilarious. The Trump team urged Ukraine to take U.S. deportees. So the Trump administration earlier in the year wanted the Ukrainian government to accept an unspecified number of U.S. deportees who are citizens of other countries.
Well, they need people to fight.
Yeah, make them fight. Make them fight. This should have been in the migration zone too. Georgia college student faces deportation after running red light. Police discover her entire family has been living illegally in the U.S. for years. Mexican national Imenia Arias Cristobal, 19, was pulled over by police in Dalton, Georgia on May 5th when she failed to adhere to a no turn on red sign. Jimenez Arias Cristobal, a Dalton State Community College student, was driving without a license but told officers she had an international driver's license. She admitted she didn't have a foreign document when Dalton police officers asked her to show it, claiming that her mother had taken it away from her, and she said she was not supposed to be driving. She was brought into the U.S. illegally by her parents when she was only 4 years old during the family's move from Mexico City to the Dalton area, over 30 miles from Tennessee and Georgia border. Because of her non-citizen status, she was paying out-of-state tuition for school despite living in the area. The officer who pulled her over attempted to speak to the teen's mum and the owner of the car, but neither of them spoke English, according to the report. So the teen's mother and the person who owns the car, two separate people, didn't speak English. Only the driver, who didn't have a license, spoke English. She was arrested and charged with driving without a valid license and failure to obey traffic control devices.
Cool.
She was transported to Whitfield County Jail, a partner of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Program used to identify illegal aliens in the country. She was processed through the federal database, which confirmed she was not a U.S. citizen, so she will be deported. She's in the ICE Stewart's Detention Center in Lumpkin, Georgia, where her father, Jose Francisco Arias Tovar, is also being held. So there's a lovely picture of her. It's a very pretty girl. So I'm sure they'll love her in Mexico. She can be a pretty girl in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
So Trump has announced that he will call the Persian Gulf the Arabian Gulf ahead of a massive trip to the Middle East. So many Iranians, like Iranian Americans, are very mad about this because obviously Iran is old Persia, and it's what the Gulf is named after. So it's not the Gulf of Arabs, it's the Gulf of Persians. So, but anyway. The Ukrainian government has unanimously signed President Trump's mineral deal into law. So this is a much better deal. That's very much not as lopsided as the last one. So,
okay, so they're making progress.
Yeah, so they've made progress.
So this is the one where they put essentially American interests in.
Well, it's a partnership deal. There's none of the stuff about it being under New York law, and either party can walk away at any time.
Yeah, but it puts Americans between Ukraine.
Not really.
And
It's
Russia.
it's just an investment.
No.
It's not going to do
okay.
Elon Musk's Starbase in Texas will officially become a city. So the people who work there and are eligible voters voted to incorporate the city. It's going to be it's a new city called Starbase, Texas.
Neat.
So,
yay!
The FBI is launching a criminal investigation into Letitia James over mortgage fraud. Good.
Yes.
Hawaii is suing the oil industry for causing climate change, but it just happened to spare the state's largest refiner, whose executives donate to Democrats.
Oh,
interesting. Very interesting.
Well, that's
how
very
odd.
crazy.
How odd. And finally, because I don't want to do any more because I'm done, Kevin Feige reportedly told Marvel colleagues that watching every new MCU project had begun to feel more like homework than entertainment. Employees regularly talk about Marvel fatigue and worry they've created a no new fans club where new viewers have no clue what's going on.
Oh, it only took like 10 years for them to figure that out.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? I feel that way, but I've watched everything, so I understand. So what that's the problem. What used to be this cool little thing where if you'd watched all the stuff, you sort of got the in-joke, has now become, well, you don't understand where that character came from because that character was introduced in the TV series on Disney Plus that you didn't watch, nobody else watched either.
Based off the obscure comic
Based
book.
off this obscure comic book that wasn't really successful, but is being pushed because Muslim.
And it's now
We're
being
running out of
referred to in
characters.
this entire movie throughout the entire movie.
Exactly.
You've got
But it
no
now
idea.
has a movie entirely set around it. So
Yeah.
if you haven't gotten the subtext, I'm talking about Ms. Marvel, which I like at the time I said was a decent series. I thought it was entertaining. Like I thought it handled the Muslim Punjabi aspect of it quite well, like the Indian aspect of it quite well. I thought it was really good. So, but yeah,
I never watched the series.
Yeah, it's not bad.
So
anyway, that's it. That's the show. No show next week. It's my daughter's birthday, so we're going out for lunch. So that would be while I was doing the show. So we'll be back the following week.
I was expecting to get a suspension, so
I was expecting a suspension for this.
Also, there's going to be a lot of interesting news that's going to happen in the next 2 weeks.
you did the Twitch thought thing, you know. Expected a suspension, take your lumps, and then come back even harder.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh God, what do you want? So yes, have a great fortnight, everyone. Not the game, the period of time.
Oh, for the Americans who don't know, fortnight is 2 weeks.
Yes, a fortnight is 2 weeks. Yeah, and we'll be back then with all the news that's fit that Thermo wants to read. So, anyway. Oh, and also, if you want to support the show, head on over to support.theprestream.com. Become a member of YouTube, or sign up for like a regular subscription on Buy Me a Coffee, and join us in the Discord if you're not already there. It's where all the talking talking happens before the show. So anyway, I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Later on.
Bye.